Oh, hi there. Sunday night. It's been a long weekend of over the board shogi, and I'm ready to sort of close that out with some online play. As I mentioned the title, this I'm just gonna veg out tonight on some of this 10-second shogi. I don't know how much I have. I don't know how much I have in the tank or in the head, but I'm just gonna keep playing and see how I do. As I had mentioned on Friday on that early stream, Saturday was a bunch of driving out to pick up kids and things like that. And in the afternoon, the late afternoon, we had our first Silicon Valley Shogi Club meeting in a library setting. So we met in the Cupertino Public Library. Normally we meet up in a Panera, and the location was incredible, ignoring parking and sort of external circumstances. It was incredible. We had a decent sized room with three tables in the library, so the door closed off, and we had at I think a couple, I counted between 12 and 14. I think there actually were more, all told, having been there. So, I mean, let's just say we had 14, 15 people through the course of the 2 hours. It was fantastic. It was just a different atmosphere, than being in Panera, which is great. It's great we have that, but there's other people around. There's different lighting or whatever. This was just, it felt like a lot like where we have a room in the San Francisco Shogi Club where there's at the Japanese Cultural Center, but this one was, but we had more people, so we had a room, just a quiet room, space for the boards. They're just the tables are laid out. We've got the boards in there and just enough seating. It was really really great. I'm looking forward to the next one that we do there. I think we're going to try to make it a monthly thing. We'll have to see, but being able to play just a variety of players. We got more people, so we got new people that we haven't seen before. We got, of the people that were there, some of the regulars, and then some of the good people that are only sort of infrequently showing up. So there's a great range of abilities. It gives me hope that somehow, I mean, if only in Northern California, but that we're going to have more and more people getting into shogi. It was good. There were kids there, so that was one of the reasons why we wanted to try this Saturday thing too. Is that kids can't come, for the most, especially young kids. They're not going to come at 7 to 9 p.m. On a Tuesday night. The parents are not going to drag them out there, and certainly not going to just leave them out there. But we had some kids there this weekend. One of the dads brought the kid, and the dad didn't even play. They came there expressly for the kid to play shogi, which is awesome. You see that in chess. That's old hat in chess, but here we don't get that much in shogi. So it was exciting. It was really good. My shogi was a little low depth. I guess I'll say it was good. It was fun. The matches were awesome. I think I wasn't. What is the analogy about? I think it wasn't firing on all cylinders, but had my chances. Fun games, and like that's all I can hope for. Playing good people on nice equipment in a great setting. It was awesome. It was one of the best club events that I've ever been to. That includes the East Bay, which I just love. We don't have that many players, though I'll get to that soon. We don't have as many players, but the setting is great, and the people I play are just, I love playing. The people that I've played at East Bay over the past year and a half. And then San Francisco Shogi Club has great competition and great players in a nice location. It's tough for me to get to in San Francisco, but just really nice. This though, we had more people, similarly great location, And it was awesome. I see this and I think this club can grow. We can get tournaments. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to go overboard in enthusiasm for it, but it was just awesome. Even with the weird parking, which I think will be better next time. I think because I've been to this library before a bunch of times, I've never seen the parking situation so dire. It was rough. People were taking, without exaggeration, 15 to 20 minutes just to find parking, and then having to walk kind of, a while to get to the library. And then that room by the end of the day started getting very warm because this room was full of bodies. The door is closed, so that we don't make noise for the rest of the library. And there was sun sort of beating in on the side window. So it got a little warm by the end. Maybe it was warm the whole time. I just didn't notice throughout most of it. Throughout the 3 games I played, I didn't notice because I was just enjoying the shogi so much. And just the shogi and the chat outside. I was chatting with one of the people that I usually sort of talk about shogi with. It was awesome. And then today, this morning, had the East Bay Shogi Club in my usual Sunday morning. And we had 4 people there today. Two new people. One from Osaka who's going to be here until March, and another one, the person that she's staying with, I think if I understood correctly, someone who had lived in Japan for a long time, and had interesting games with both of them. The player who has been living in the U.S. was it was interesting. I haven't seen this before, but had a good, strong opening. Just going, it felt like I was playing book lines against sort of like my Central Rook versus Urashino, and at some point it fell apart. It fell apart for him, but a lot of it was just, I think he just didn't. He forgot. Like, I was stunned because the opening 30-40 moves were so solid that I was stunned that he forgot that the silver couldn't go backwards. And then later sort of forgot that the gold couldn't go diagonal backwards. So these things that I talked about at the Cherry Blossom Festival, which were tough for beginners, this person who played decades ago as a kid, and I saw a beautiful black and white photo from when he was a kid. This is probably 40, 50 years ago. When he was in Japan, just kids. It was like one of those photos, just kids hovering over the shogi board, thinking about the next move. And anyway, so he's experienced, but it's just been a while. And this other player, I think I heard was a 6Q Shogi Wars player, but you never know what that means. Solid player, solid good player, playing interesting moves. We had a spot where just like in the Friday night stream, I took that rook over from Central Rook and moved it over behind a lance, and because I basically had 2 lances lined up backed by a rook, and got into this crazy position, and it was a just fun game. And then the last game where I played against the person that I usually play with, just another really fun game. He's experimenting with openings, and Shogi's incredible. Shogi's incredible. And then we finished it off after just the 4 of us talking about Shogi and about, hey, Gabrielle, good to see you. We finished off just talking about Shogi and talking about Japanese language and talking about just all sorts of sort of Shogi adjacent things. And it was a great time. So that's just 2 over-the-board meetups this weekend that were phenomenal. This coming Sunday is the San Francisco Shogi Club, so it's that double dip of East Bay plus SF. Except I need to pick up my wife at the airport, so I don't think I'll actually be able to go to either. It's like timed like right in the middle there, in the morning. So I might not be able to go to either. But anyway, that's it. So it's been a great weekend of Shogi. I am exhausted. Friday night I streamed and then was up late with those people, sort of celebrating, my work and stuff like that. And then the long drive, there and back to pick up the kids, and then the Shogi Club, and then wake up early this morning for the Shogi Club and drive back. A lot of driving. I'm exhausted, but I just want to keep playing. So I am, I'm going to veg out playing Shogi here. I don't know if I'll play well. I don't know if I'll play terribly. I'm just going to play 10-second games. Like, I don't think I have that much depth of calculation to give here. So I'll stick with 10 and see how it goes. And that is it. That's it. I don't think I have anything else really to talk about at this point. So I'm just going to go in. Hopefully Shogi Wars works out here. I had to update the browser, stuff like that. So every time I update the browser now, it's in my mind that maybe Shogi Wars is going to choke a little bit here with that reload error. Hey, Ornolf, good to see you. The Shogi Adventures of Shogi. It really is. It's like the weekends, especially now. It's just the Shogi Adventures. It's going to the clubs and playing around and then coming online and getting my butt kicked. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I've got to get good at some point. I've got to get good. Playing this weekend. Like I said, on Saturday especially, I was a little low depth. But I was playing well, and today I was playing pretty well, and over the board I'm getting it. I'm not making as many critical blunders. I did make a critical miscalculation on Saturday. Something that I didn't know. There's I guess it's Gin Conmery. I don't know the Silver Crown, but there's the other player was making Anaguma, and then I went into opposing rook and started making the edge attack, and he went into basically Silver Crown-ish, which I thought was not a thing. So I didn't think it was a thing, and so I thought, okay, I've got this attack, I've got my bishop, I've got there's that square open between the king and the silver. And I thought, this is I'm just going to destroy this sort of fake Anaguma. And it was not so easy. It was not so easy. And talking to the person today, the not the person I played, but talking to the person today, Ginkan Anaguma, yes. So talking to the person today, the player I regularly play with at Eastbay, he's like, oh yeah, that's a thing. And that saying, that's a thing. That's pretty much what my opponent yesterday said when we were in review, because I thought I was just going to obliterate the, I saw that and I thought, oh my goodness, I am going to tear this castle apart. And I got a little too hyper and then made an attack where I misread where I misread the I misread the response that was going to be coming from my opponent. It's one of those where you think you're sort of forcing trades and you get this favorable position. I missed that the trade was not forced. This player was able to move his piece, in this case a rook, was able to move this rook just sidestep to the other side of the board and kind of maintain status quo on his side while I had pieces exposed that could no longer be traded off. So I went a little ham and it didn't work. Koshiro was the person who built the Ginkan Anaguma. Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting. I've been in these positions now over this past week a few times where there's an Anaguma or something becoming an Anaguma, and I drop everything almost and I start attacking. And it's been turning out all right, but like in this case, I was a little just too hyper. I was just too hyper, and I should have known better, because this player I'm playing with is incredibly solid, and reads well, calculates well, and doesn't just throw his pieces around willy-nilly. So I should have known better. Oh, he was trying to show a more solid. So yeah, you say the word solid, just like, so it fits this player that I was playing. I love playing this guy. He's really good. It's a chess player. I've mentioned him before. He's a chess player that just plays solid, interesting moves, doesn't just throw stuff away. When I think I've got trades, or when I think I've got something brewing, he finds an interesting way to defend that I didn't see. And so, those are the kind of games I enjoy. And that's it. So anyway, probably won't get those kind of games in 10-second shogi, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm still going to stick with this guy, this guy as my avatar. Still going to stick with Ito Shingo as my voice, and I'm holding off. I'm trying to resist spending that $30 to get those 11 pawn toss tokens, so that I can try to get the Fukuma avatar. I'm trying to hold off. I'm trying to be reserved, because it's way too much money. It's just way too much. If Shogi Wars knocked that price down, I would go for it. But I think I can hold off. Maybe if it was guaranteed, I might get it. But otherwise, but really, if you think about it, even if it's guaranteed, let's say $30 for a Fukuma avatar, that's a little steep. That's even if it was like I'm saying, even if it was a guarantee and not just some pawn toss. Always good to learn with people that have different styles. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like on Saturday at the club, I played 3 different games, 3 completely different games. The third game was against a relatively new player, or not as experienced, I should say. I don't know if he was new or not. He knew how the pieces moved, knew the attacks. Basically, tried to do Demon Killer against me, or Demon Slayer. I don't know what it's actually called, Demon Killer or Demon Slayer. Which is the better translation. But you try to do a Demon Killer, and just sort of constantly building up pressure on my 5/3 pawn, and I was able to hold off while building my own pressure, and led to a sort of pretty mate that I was happy with. But it was 3 totally different games, and loved them. And then today I had 3 totally different games in this club. So you have a large defeat, historic against Takano-san. Oh, in that same castle? What, he was making that castle? I don't see this castle much online. I don't know what games I'm watching, but like I tell you, when I saw him build this, I was like, this is not this is not real. This is going to be a problem. And turned out it wasn't a problem at all. I just, let me open up the Lee Shogi board here. Let's get into tools, analysis board. Let me switch over my scene. Okay, it switched over. It was actually, where's the edit board? Board editor. I don't know how I'm going to quickly edit this board, but it was like this. So I'm seeing this. I'm not sure if he had something here as well. Let's say he had this. And I had my pawn was in hand. I had something like this. Yeah, I don't know if it was like this. So something like this. I had something here. Actually, maybe it was more like this. Maybe it was more like this, and I'm just like, I am going to destroy this king. I'm thinking I am going to wreck this king, and because this square I thought is always going to be a weakness. With this bishop here, I thought I'd have all sorts of tricks, and yeah, it was. Oh, but him playing solid. Oh, okay, yeah. So I was salivated, and this board was way more open. So I thought I had some areas to attack, But yeah, because this square was open, and at some point I had my bishop here on 9-6, or I think I was Gote. I had the bishop on 1-1-4, and I'm eyeing down here, and it was just like it just turned out to be fine. It just turned out to be not only fine, it turned out to be great. And it sort of stifled everything I wanted to do. And I need to. It was one of those games that I wish I had. I wish I had the kifu. The hex of the silver is the weak point. You mean this part, or the head, or this? So like what I was hoping to do, I was thinking at worst, I'd be able to, like, once I got a second pawn or something. Let's say I've got this pawn now. Let's say I've got this in hand. I'm thinking, at worst I'm going to be able to do this, drop the pawn, get this out of here, and drop knights. And I'm thinking like this is going to be. I was thinking, like, as bad as I am when I'm streaming, sometimes I get pretty confident when I'm playing over the board. I'm thinking I am going to be able to tear this thing apart. Okay, so yeah, the head is a weak point. And I know, people have torn apart when I have a silver here in a similar, when I'm similar and I've got this, or let's say for whatever reason, I was in Kinmuso, and the opponent starts drawing out my silver, and it just becomes a major struggle to defend this. And I was thinking I was going to do the same, but I never got a chance. Partly because I overplayed. I think partly because I overplayed. Maybe if I would have played it slower, more solid, I would have been able to make some headroom or headway. But anyway, it was very fun. And it's always, I've said it multiple times, like, one of the things I need to do is what need to be careful of is not to get sort of overconfident, not to get too confident, not to underestimate anything. I certainly don't underestimate this player, because I think right now my record against this player is either he's winning 3 or 4 and I've won 1. So, this player is better than I am. And so it was sort of, there was no good reason to underestimate this castle. I think the reason is, I just thought, maybe he's just trying something new, or maybe he's just trying something different. And so I thought, okay, well, this is not going to work. This is not good. I'm just going to tear it apart. But it seems like almost nothing, unless you're blundering pieces or you're giving obvious tactics away, nothing is so bad that especially at my level, that someone can't defend or deal with it. So I need to not feel like I have an advantage and then just go crazy thinking, all right, I've got this. I'm just going to tear this thing apart. Still just have to play solid a lot of times. Even if you have an advantage, sometimes it takes a while to prove the advantage. And so anyway, let's get in here. Game start, loading, 10 seconds, and let's do it. And let's see if I could switch my scene. Hopefully it switches. There it is. All right, K Shogi 74. So he loves the Knights. Born in 1974.
1、2、3、4、5
Drinking this oolong tea.
1、1、1、1、2 1
What's this music? I'm not...
1
Okay, there it is. Ooh, I think this oolong tea is sort of making me a little lightheaded. It might be from all the driving I've been doing today and just being exhausted.
1
All right,
2
I'll match that. If he doesn't open, I'm definitely pushing. Even if he does, if he does open, then I'm not pushing. Okay,
2 3
let's get the king over.
5
So if I push
3
and he takes,
She-
I push here.
5 6 1 2
What do I do?
Sam.
Push,
4
take,
5
push.
6 7 8 9
I'm liking that idea. I don't know if it's any good, especially because if he comes forward with the pawn, that's fine.
1
Okay, okay.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Not sure. Definitely not sure.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Okay.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8
Very interesting spot. Very interesting spot.
3 4
He pushes that pawn now. I've got the...
1 2 3叩きの歩
Taki no Hu.
1 2 1
Ooh.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8
Mmm.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Oh boy, that's not good. That's not good. That is not good. I gave up the knight, the bishop. Oh gosh. Yeah. I should have come back. I should have come back, given up the... Oh gosh.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
I'm too slow. Too slow, but I'll give it up. Yeah.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Yeah. Yeah, this is rough. This is definitely rough.
1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9タレフ
Tade Hu.
1 2 3
Okay. I don't hate my spot. I don't hate it.
1、
Oh.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6。
It's a tough decision. Oh.
1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I just had to make a move. That isn't a move I wanted to make. I just had to make a move. Okay.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
That I think was a mistake.
1、2、3、4。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Woof.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I couldn't read it fast enough. Could not read it fast enough. I should have come up with the pawn.
1、2、
Take. Then he takes. Takes. Okay.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Interesting. Interesting.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Mmm.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
Huh.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3。
Okay. Interesting spot.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Not seeing it.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Not seeing it yet. Not seeing it yet. Oh. Oh, oh, oh.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
That's mate.
1、
No, no, nope. Nope, 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 nope.
4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Boy, I am not seeing it.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3。
All right.
1、
So now
3、
that is
4、
it.
5、6。
Woof.
熱戦お疲れ様です。
I said this was going to be veg out. I said this was going to be veg out, and I think that was sort of vegging out. This is yes. Shogi Dad familiar with When in Doubt Castle, and just too polite that I had this mate plan the entire time. Exactly it. This one, you know, it was there. It was the mate in 13. Did I start dropping frames? Oh my goodness, what's going on? Come on, Xfinity, come on. Come on. Make sure that I've got power. Make sure that everything, where is my power adapter? It is plugged in. I'm still dropping some frames. Oh, come on, Xfinity. I tell you, this AT&T fiber cannot come soon enough for me, because, you know, Xfinity just, I think in some of these prime time-ish times, it gets a little just, I don't know if it just gets sketchy in the neighborhood. It's just not, you know, it's not completely stable. Oh, and now it's getting worse than completely stable. Let me make sure. Boy, all right, hold on, because this is so volatile right now that it's not something I could probably continue with. 1 second. Let me just switch this one network over here, trying to get it going, and hopefully it'll be a little more stable now. All right, let me now turn to chat and make sure. Apologies again that I've been running into these problems. Let's see. Interesting looking attack form. Oh, that's the other thing. Ah, okay, yeah. So that was all I made. That yeah, one of the two castles I had planned. I mean, it did not going to lie. It did feel like I had a very strong attack there. Once they started messing around with the dragon, it felt like I was going to be able to get in. I was afraid of so let me switch to analysis. And there was the point near the end there. I was afraid that they were going to start attacking. There was let's so here. I mean, this is definitely tough, I think, for me. But like, what can the I think the night drops. So you know, 10 seconds is just not enough for me to really consider this. But what I was thinking here was, you know, night drop I can't take, because then the bishop right now, let me clear these arrows. You know, night drop I take. Well, I'll just edit. So night drop I take. You know, and he's got the fork here. You know, that didn't feel great. There was you know, basically night drops. I was very afraid of the night drops here until he started defending with the knight, which I think was not ideal. So he could have dropped another gold here, right? Another gold, like something like this. Just keep repeating. What am I going to do here? Like, I guess, what am I going to do here? He takes again. And then what? And then what? Then I drop again. He drops again. How do I break this pattern? Or, you know, how do I break this? I've got all these pieces bearing in. You know, this knight is still guarding 7/7. So I can't easily shove in like a silver here. The yeah, I don't know. I like, I don't. Now I'm not. Yeah, like what if anyone has suggestions here? I would love to see, you know, love to hear it, because I'm not seeing, you know, once the opponent dropped the knight, you know, I thought it was over. But what I didn't see was this. What I didn't see, I guess, what this is what I expected, and I didn't quite see how to break it. You know, I can't take and then like drop over, sort of pull away the pieces. Because there are three silvers. There are three silvers. One, oh no, so all the silvers on the board. There will not be another silver for me to drop, unless I somehow sack one to get one. Like, I don't. This feels slow. If I, this feels way too slow. Because again, I was terrified of that night drop. Although here the rook is blocking the fork. So, you know, that is something to do. Briefly, for like 0.3 milliseconds, I considered castling. You know, I considered that this is going to happen. You know, my thinking was that we were going to repeat in this situation, and then I'll just move my king, just get it a little safer, and then bring up the pawn. I'm missing chat. So my network over here. So it's possible people are responding. Oh, people are responding. Network problems all around here. Okay. Todosky, you say I had many good ideas, but timing can be tricky. Yeah, the timing felt very precarious, I guess is the word that's going through my mind. The timing felt precarious because, like, you know, he's got that. Oh, my layout. Oh no, my layout is fine. Those knights were terrifying to me, and I just thought, I can't worry about those knights right now because I don't know what I could do to defend. Let's see. You forget the Japanese word for starting the engagement, but lines opened before I was ready. Yes. Well, that one, the line, it was definitely before I was ready. I thought I was ready. So you know, that's one thing. So if we go back to that beginning, I think this is normal. I think this is standard-ish. So I headed off. My thinking was that I was heading off the eventual, the tempoing of the bishop. Maybe this was better. I actually, now that I think about it, I think this was better so that I could get it up here, because then I get the clear angle here to 1-9. Especially if this pawn takes, and then I'll have that. But regardless, I took, which sort of drags my silver away, and then he opened the diagonal. So I read and expected all this, which is why I made this move. He backed up, and I thought, okay, I'm going to trade, and I'm going to have a better position. I thought I'm going to have better drops because I've got this bishop drop, which, now that I'm thinking about it, like, the bishop drop on 2-3, I don't think I know I didn't make it. Well, I'm not remembering what happened exactly here because I'm thinking, that never came up. Because he started. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's just too fast for me to read. So I'm reading through. I'm scanning through the ideas that come through my mind, and obviously not exhaustively, because this is an obvious move. In retrospect, this is an obvious move. So drop that with the intent to get my. So. And then he gave it up, which, in hindsight, again, looking back, I think this was right for them. I think. Boy, this other network is. But anyway, yeah, Hey, Ghost1, and hey, Bay Transport, good to see you. Day one of being a full-time shogi streamer. This has been great today. Well, Saturday, I was talking in the lead up here in the channel. We played at the Cupertino, the Silicon Valley Shogi Club. We had a meet up for the first time at the Cupertino Public Library, and it was amazing. We had, I'm just going to say 14, 15 players. We had a full room in this library room, just tables and boards. And, we're playing on wood. We're playing on nice equipment, a great mix of players, really interesting shogi. It was awesome. It was, without exaggeration, it was awesome. So I was exhausted. I have been exhausted, because I was that Friday night after streaming, I went out with those people as I had said I would, and we were up late. We were up late. We went to this sort of high end like Chinese dim sum ish kind of place, and then just sort of for historical kind of reasons, we went to Denny's after. So we were stuffed full of incredible Chinese food, and then we went and we had to eat at Denny's because this is sort of like a celebration of all the years we've spent together, and so we had to have Denny's. So I had a moons over my hammy. My former manager had a moons over my hammy, which is an egg and ham dip and cheese with toast and stuff like that at Denny's, and then a big milkshake, and it's just like. It was just gluttonous. It was gluttonous in the best possible way. We were just eating and talking. And so in the end, I didn't get home, I think, until after midnight. And then I had to be up early because I left around 5:55 a.m. to go pick up my son at school. So I had the long drive. And then, we then drove back, helped him move into the car and just barely fit all his stuff into our vehicle. And drove back and then picked up my daughter because we didn't have room to pick her up on the way back. So we drove all the way back and then drove to her school, picked her up, came back, then went out to get boba, because we've got to get boba. So driving all back and forth, then drove out to the Cupertino to play at the Shogi Club, and played these 3 just awesome games, fun games. My depth, like I was saying earlier, my depth was very low. My Shogi depth was low, but the games were awesome. And then today, waking up again, very early, because I've got the long drive out to the East Bay to play at the Shogi Club there, where we had 4 people, 2 new people, one who was sort of born and raised in Japan and has now been living in the Bay Area, and another person from Osaka who's on sabbatical until March at the university she works at. And she, I think, is the 6Q Shogi Wars player, and he was a player who learned in the past, and I was saying earlier when Gabriel was on, he showed me like an old ancient 40-50-year-old photo of him playing as a kid in black and white on the shogi board. It's just this awesome photo of 4 little kids just overlooking this board, planning the next move. It's a beautiful photo. And then another photo of when he was in high school, and they had the old style Japanese high school outfits and the wood clogs with the presented. Learning Balance, thank you for the follow. And I guess I hit the 150 follower goal yesterday with Alvaro FM. Oh, and actually Kele Name. I'm sorry, I don't pronounce that. If you're on, thank you for the follow, and let me know how to pronounce that, and I'll do my best. So thank you to both of you. So that's Learning Balance, Keye Miyaname, and then Alvaro FM. And so we're at 152 now. So that's awesome to see. As I ramble here and I'm missing chat, I'm just talking I can't even express how fun it was at these 2 Shogi Club events. I love every Sunday morning, but this one was just sort of even more special, and all 3 games were interesting. And as I was telling Gabrielle, I built up this fun, similar to that game the last game on Friday night, where I had the lance backed by a rook making an attack. I had 2 lances backed by a rook making an attack, with a bishop pointing in at a pawn that I was going to drop sort of a knight in to expose. It was just this really cool and fun position to build up. I was in heaven these past 2 days playing shogi. Win or lose these matches, they were awesome. And then talking with people at both clubs, talking after the fact or sort of in between at the end, just talking about shogi. I can just obviously here I can do it. I could just keep talking, and I'm terrible at reading chat. Rico, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. You, for all I know, you've been on for an hour here. So sorry, I'm so slow to get through this. And then maybe some other viewer can explain how things fell apart. I if anyone has ideas, here I might be lucky with Silver 5-6 and Silver 6-7. This is Silver? Which one? Are we at the position that we're at now? Oh, and Learning to Balance. I see the first time chat. Thank you. You don't play shogi. What's a kaku? A kaku is the bishop piece. It's the piece that is in the middle. I'm drawing it's in the piece that's in the middle here at the 5-5 square. This is basically a bishop in shogi. And I'm trying, this is in the most lame way possible. I'm trying to vary what I say between using the English and the Japanese words for pieces, because today playing this person from Osaka, she didn't know I said knight and she didn't know what the knight was. And so, I said keima. And so, I'm finding this happen more and more often. Rico has talked about this at the tournament, where some of these players, a lot, I might say, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but a lot of these players don't know the English words for it. And at Cupertino Saturday at the Silicon Valley Shogi Club, there were a lot of Japanese people that I hadn't yet met before. And I don't know, because I didn't play them all and I was in my games. I don't know if they say the Japanese words for pieces, but or not. But regardless, so I'm sort of mixing between the two. It's sort of like how I'm also trying to get better at using the coordinates and speaking the coordinates, because I notice that if someone were to try to use some of my streams or some of my VODs on YouTube, like as podcast material, a lot of times I noticed that I say here, oh, I'm going to move the piece here, I'm going to move the piece there. And it's not at all, if you're listening if you're listening as a podcast, say, or just as shogi material that you listen to, like I started listening to, like I had mentioned, I said I started. It's been for a month or two now where I'm listening to VODs as podcasts almost in the car while I'm driving. But these, when I say here or there, it's not obvious what I'm talking about. So if I use the coordinates, sort of more like a decent chess streamer, it becomes more clear. It becomes more clear. It's a tough balance because, I think it becomes a little less clear to some people who don't know the coordinates as well. And so I guess I'll try to augment with mouse movements, like to show, this is, this is, wherever I'm pointing. So I don't know, but yeah. You haven't been to Denny's in years, Transport. Yeah, Denny's, they seem to have been closing in some of the areas around here. Denny's is the one with the Grand Slam. Denny's has the Grand Slam. IHOP, I think, has more traditional named things, I think. But Denny's definitely has the Grand Slam. And, they have this sort of funny names. I think Grand Slam, Moons Over My Hammy, things like that. And learning to balance, you play Go, and trying to avoid Japanese terminology with beginners is always fun. Oh, tell me about it. Yeah. I don't know if you came to my channel from Go, like somehow, because I was rated by Telegraph Go about a month ago. That was the highest viewer count I've ever had from that raid. And then I streamed Go on OGS like a week or so after that, and had my second highest viewer stream. So if you're coming from that, welcome back. And I promise I will go back to Go and start playing Go. But yeah, that's a thing. People like. I think a lot of us are like, we worked to learn this terminology. We worked to learn this stuff. So, by God, I'm going to use it. And so, explaining these concepts to beginners, it's like, oh, you need to tanuki here. Well, it's like, you could just say, now I'm going to say an English word that's not a perfect translation for it. So I'm not going to say anything, but, it's tough. It's tough. And some beginners will really dig that. Like, some beginners will be like, that will just intrigue them more, hearing the lingo and wanting to learn more. Some people are like that, but some people who are also equally strong learners or whatever, they don't respond to that as well. And it sounds sort of off-putting, much in the same way I think that kanji characters might look off-putting. Side tangent, talking to the person who grew up in Japan, and, the one I was talking to with that photo, he was saying, and this is funny, because I've never heard this logic, or never heard this rationale. But he's saying, oh yeah, shogi is so much more easy to learn than chess, because chess, you've got all these big pieces, and shogi, it's just little pieces, and you can tell the piece by the size of the piece. And I'm like, wait, so the kids don't know the kanji? They just know the size of the, like he's like, oh yeah, we knew by the size of the piece what it was. I'm like, what? And so I got a totally new perspective today that I'd never heard before, sort of in this battle of why can't we get more people to understand, this hurdle, like, why can't people in the West like shogi? Because there's this hurdle of the pieces. But meanwhile, I heard the alternate perspective that chess is hard to learn and shogi is easy to learn. So, I don't know if it's all of us just post facto justifying what we learned with, but regardless, it was fascinating to me. Yeah, you don't know the names for the promoted pieces. Yeah, I know them just because like they're all well except for Uma is horse and Ryo whatever how you pronounce it is dragon, but then there's Narigin, Narike, Narikyo. It's just Nari whatever Nari and then the short name of the Keima Kyosha, etc. So transport, yeah, we were talking about this today, that the Bay Area has the biggest shogi club in the U.S. It's possible that now, the Northern California, Silicon Valley Bay Area is the current hotspot. Los Angeles, I would have thought used to have that title, but I don't think they're not getting club events like this, where we have three clubs that are sort of there's three clubs that are thriving. One that's growing. The East Bay Club. We've always been small. We've always been 2-3 people. Today we had 4, and I think they're going to be regulars. And I think that snowballs on itself. And man, it's just a great spot to be in right now. Yeah, and it does make sense. Yeah, a lot of the Japanese students come to California on visa. Yeah, and we've had random spikes at these over the board tournaments from Japanese students coming over like for a seminar or something, and then just looking on Meetup for what's happening in California. Or like the last time a big group of students came, they're like, yeah, we looked on Meetup and thought we wanted to see what American shogi was like. And it's like, okay, well, you came to the right place. So it's so great. Magic Base, you say you hate that the waiter forces you to say fruity, tooty, fresh, and fruity. Oh no, you should be glad to say that. You should be glad. It's a badge of honor. Or just don't order that. Or just don't order it. I'll have chicken fried steak, please. Just something obvious. There's no. I can't even think of a funny name for chicken fried steak. It's already sort of a funny name. Oh, Learning Balance. You just followed the shogi category and no one was streaming Go. That's rare. I mean, there's always that Shusaku stream, but yeah, like it's funny because I was just saying today in our shogi Discord, I was saying that it seems like there's always at least one like real streamer streaming Go, and yeah. Yeah, like Super Mario 3 Tanuki. Yeah, exactly. Get them going. Yeah, the show. You need a Tanuki. Put that suit, that Tanuki suit, on a stone and show it like flying off. 3D chess piece sizes are yeah. As I was saying that, Todovsky, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, you know what? No, chess pieces are also different sized. And I've listened to there's a video, and there's some lectures by I think his name is Christopher Wheel, the person who designed the starting with Magnus Carlsen, I think in 2013. He designed the current World Championship in candidates piece sets. What's the word? What's the word? Not embattled, the controversial, I'll just say, the controversial piece set. Some people love it, like me, adore the Knights. I adore the Knights. They're like, to me, they're like a modern Chevet, or however that's pronounced, set. And some people abhor the current World Championship / candidate cycle pieces. But anyway, he did a talk about designing these pieces and maintaining the ratio and fascinating stuff. Like I've said before, I can listen to anyone who's passionate about something just talk about that subject. And Magic Base, you should get a chicken fried the steak. Exactly. Yeah, that's Denny's has fallen on hard times, like all of us, in these uncertain times, they can't afford employees to fry the steaks. They're getting the chickens now to fry the steaks while they're laying the eggs. It's something. So anyway, boy, an hour and 4 minutes already on this stream. I've played one game and I'm just babbling. I'm no joke. I am so excited after this week of shogi. It was so good. You know, it's only a matter of time before I let down and crash. I think I'm gonna have to go to bed early tonight just because it's been sleeping so short. You know, just driving all over and then trying to make these shogi meetups. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I might as well get into another game here. Try to keep the action going. Oh, let me record that win since I'm recording wins, and move on. I clicked the X, I think. Okay. So here, well, actually, let's do these. Let's do these quizzes. While I'm here, you know, just the I don't like seeing those numbers. I don't like seeing notifications unanswered. All right. So this is guess the move I did or guess the move I didn't do. So let's see. 4-8 rook or 4-8 gold. This was a struggle when I made this move. I think looking at this now, I'm sort of remembering. I think I wanted to maintain the pressure down this file with the rook, and I took with the gold. But yeah, maybe I should take with the rook. No. What do they have? They only have a gold. No, because then they could drop the gold here. I'm going to say 4-8 gold.
Boo boo.
Oh. So just like in the game, got it wrong. Just like in the game. So the line that... Oh, yeah. I'll play this position. I'll play this. No, I won't. No, that's rough. That's rough. But it's wait a minute. Wait. What is that? So they did. So, if I take, they take with the silver. All right, you win, Engine. I don't know. I think this is still playable, but yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is a little rougher here. So what is the alternative? Wow. You know, I've seen a couple strong players. I've seen a couple strong players here make do this, and every time I see it, I think, how do they make this work? How do they make this work? Why is this so much better? If the pawn promotes now, at least it's not coming with tempo. But it's still going to be able to slide. What? What? Woo! I like the other position. Not losing a rook, bishop, and gold with the loss of tempo might be important. I mean, I'm going to lose that rook. So I'm going to lose this rook. I guess I don't lose the bishop. But what was the meaning of this pawn? What's to stop? What's to stop the take? Or slide this over the take. Man, the engine loves this position. I guess in this case I still have my castle. I also still, regardless of losing the rook or not, I'm going to be able to save something, and I still have my castle, and they're under fire. All right. I mean, I'll buy it. I will buy it. I will buy it, engine. I will buy it. I think they're both tricky, but no, yeah. Huh. Very, very interesting. Shogi's tough. Shogi, this feels like both of them. They feel like positions where one move, it's edge of the knife. I guess Gust One, you're saying you guess rook in 8-7 is less efficient. Yeah, less efficient, but it's going to be able to take the bishop. Like once the pawn just starts sliding over, but maybe that's too slow because my attack is coming, and without this dragon here, I can just sort of push up. Maybe. I mean, it obviously, it's 27 to 73. It's not saying I win, but yeah. Anyway, that's a good one. I messed it up in the game. I messed it up after. All right. 7-8 gold. 5-3 rook plus to promote. This has to be the 5-3. I mean, it has to be. Has to be. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. It has to be. There's no. Sasuga. I don't know what Sasuga means, but yeah. Woo! What a swing. What a wild evaluation swing. This looks like a normal position I play. And the opponent already has the knight pushed. And they're saying that... Oh no, red is more better. Red is more better. Wait a minute. How could this be the right answer? How could... Sometimes Shogi Wars puzzles do this. It says this is the better answer. Rook take. But it's even. And I switch and I'm better. Maybe this blue title bar doesn't mean the side is blue. Maybe the blue side is Sente and the red is Gote. These sometimes trick me up a lot. The way they show the evaluation. All right. This is either way, regardless. This is fascinating to me that this is a lot worse. I mean, this is a lot better than this. That's fascinating to me. I mean, like this is the kind of position that I build in every game. something must be, I must have a drop exposed or something. Was it my move? Why is this so bad? I'm going to chalk this one. I'm going to chalk this one up as low depth. I'm going to say that this is a low depth evaluation. Actually, I'm going to just take a screenshot of this one and play around with this one later. Try to understand what's going on here. Oh, Todasuke, you say you don't see how my side can attack ever. I mean, I guess I would think that my plan here is to, start coming up here like this, get the silver up, get my knight, and they don't have a castle. It almost feels like another one of these where I could potentially move up the pawn or the lance. Fascinating. But I don't think engines usually evaluate it this badly, right? Maybe. Man. All I know is that a year or so ago when I switched, or a year and a half ago when I switched to central or to static rook, thinking, all right, I'm going to take my ankle weights off. I'm just going to win every game. I've been playing central rook. Now I'm playing static rook. I'm just going to win every game. Narrator voice. He didn't. He did not. I did not win every game. Yeah, promoting the rook to dragon makes it 50-50. Oof. Man, okay. Well, my Shogi Wars puzzles are not usually this interesting. All right, 7-3 knight promote. Or 5. So 5-3 silver drop. That looks like a move I would do. So I'm going to guess that was wrong. If I take here though, knight takes. I can't push because he'll just. Oh no. Then I push. If he pushes, then I take and threaten the rook. Yeah, I'm not getting much. I'm not getting much for this. Let's do this.
正解です。
正解です. And okay, so Sente is blue, and I was Sente. Okay, 61% better. And then what is the follow-up? Push the pawn. Okay, interesting. Oh, silver. Yep, there it is. Ooh, I like that. Okay, so the switch is probably what happened in the game. That for all I know, that was what happened in the game. Wow, 88% to 12. Oof. Okay. I guess moral of the story, Friday night I got myself into some trouble in these spots. Goodness gracious. The classic 7-3 attack. Yeah, I probably should have seen that. Then again, it was 10 seconds, but I should, yeah. All right, let's get in here. And switch the scene again.
あなたが後手です。
1Q, 35,000 games played. Sorry, 34,500 games only.
1、2、3。1、2、3、4、5。1、
Oh, okay, okay.
3。1、2、3、4、5、6。三間飛車。
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
1、2、3、4、5、6。
I don't know what I'm doing.
8。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
This is probably the ugliest sunken Disha you'll ever see.
1、2、3、4。 1、2、3、4、5、6。
Gosh, I don't even know the ideas I'm supposed to be following right now. I should though, because I play against third file so often.
1、2。
You know, Nishiyama sensei,
5。
she did third file and made Onaguma. I will do the same.
1、振り飛車アナグマ。
Furibisha, Onaguma.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I'm afraid dropping it here, then I'll get my everything here trapped.
2、3。
Oh, that's not good.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
This is falling apart terribly.
3。
It's not. It's fine.
1、2。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
Totally fine. Totally fine. I wonder if in his 34,500 games of 10-second shogi, my opponent has seen this before.
4、5、6、7、8、9。
Okay. Leave that knight. Leave that rook there. Leave that rook there. Please.
1、
Okay.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
That's fine. That's fine.
1、
My castle's better.
1、2、3、4、
Which way?
5、6、7、8。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I like it. I like it.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I like it. I like it.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5。
We're rolling. Autobots roll.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Okay.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Okay, I don't like that one. Don't like that one. I should have pushed the pawn.
1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Hate it. Hate it. Hate it.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
Mmm.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Don't fear it. I do not fear it.
1、2、3、1、2、1、2、
Hmm.
4、5、6、7、8、9。
Got this fork. Okay, here we go.
2、
Save the rook. Save the rook.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Whew, almost misclicked.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Tough.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Very tough. Ooh.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、
Oh gosh. Oh, stupid me. Stupid me. Oh.
1、
Good one. Good one. Good one. Oh, I didn't realize it was Tsume against. Oh, very good. Very good. Oh, fun game. Fun game. Let's see. I'm convinced I had it. I'm definitely convinced that I had it. Whether or not I did is another story. How did I not realize that was Tsume? All right, let's go back. Let's see. Oop. Is this enough? Is this enough? So if I drop the knight and he runs this way, then I'm kind of hosed. If I drop this, then what? Then what? Then he drops a gold? Then he drops a gold, then what? I guess it's still over. The gold 7-1 drop is more effective before the opponent drops the rook. Let's go back. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. So maybe I think what I should have just done. I think what I should have just done is taken the gold. I think I should have just taken the gold. Maybe that... No, that doesn't still run. No, then I've got it. Then I've got it. Maybe that's still not enough? No. Yeah. All right. I am curiosity killed the cat. I am way too curious right now. I'm going to pay it. I'm going to pay it. Okay.
1金
All right.
先手優勢です
Okay. Oh, it's their move. Oh, I thought it was my move. Oh, I wanted the Kishin. Oh, it's saying to do that here. It's saying to do that here. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Okay, and then it runs. And then what do? I take. Then he runs. Tricky. Very tricky. Fun game. Fun game. The players played, 35,000 games of 10-second shogi and shogi wars. Okay, I guess they've seen it all. But let's get into another. Let's get into another. That was fun. I wish they could all be that fun. I mean, they are all fun in their own way, but that was a good one. I felt like I had my attacks. They definitely had their attacks. I'd rather not play someone with 35,000 games played. If I'm going to be honest, that I don't think that seems like a proper match made. But it's Shogi Wars. S. Kantaro.
対局開始
Kantaro is a sweet tooth salaryman. That show on Netflix. Great show. Loved it.
1 2 1 2 3 1 1 2 3
There's something off about this person's timing. There's something very off. It's throwing me off. It's throwing me off. It is really throwing me off.
1 2 3
There's something very off about this timing. It is okay. Thank you for taking more time there.
3 5 6 7 8 9
Let's get over. Is he making? He's making Yagura.
1 1
Okay.
2
Don't care. You can push your pawn all you want.
1振り飛車穴熊
Alright. Just like Nishiyama won her game, I am going to win mine. I am going to win my Anaguma game.
5 6 7 8
I think I should have brought the silver up.
1 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 1 2
The silver's okay. Yeah. The bishop is not looking at that.
1 2 3 4 5
Not sure. Let's do it. Let's do it here. Let's do it here. Tempted to do it in this file.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Weird. Very weird.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8
This is not right.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
The battle. The battle for the best 3Q.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Not right. Not right. Not right.
1
Okay.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8
Got to,
1 2
Oh!
3 4 5 6 7 8 9
I don't, yeah. Yeah, that's good.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Woof! I don't like it. I don't like it.
2 3
I think he should have taken the rook back here.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1
Oof.
2
That doesn't seem right.
3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Ah! Oh, misclick! 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 I meant 6'5". I meant 6'5".
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I don't know if the opponent's memeing now. He must think that I'm memeing.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Name in there.
1、2、
Okay.
1、2、3、4。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
Okay.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
My brain is sort of fried right now. It is absolutely fried. I'm sorry for playing this. If people are watching, they're very frustrated by my technique. I apologize. I apologize to myself.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I couldn't read the drop. The bishop drop, and I was afraid I couldn't make the bishop drop in time.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Did I need to waste my drop?
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
That doesn't feel right either. That doesn't feel right either. Yeah, I should have come over. I should have come over.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Very slow. Very slow.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、1、2、3、4、5、6。
Okay.
この将棋勝つって
All
すご
right.
くないですか？
All right. So in that game, I didn't mate properly. I wasn't speaking the moves like properly. Very tough. Very tough. Very tough to watch. I'm sorry. I felt like the last part of that game. I feel very apologetic. I feel apologetic for putting people through that, or maybe not. I'll review it. I'll review it on my own and see what's going on. I was going to say, or maybe is that just how slow you sometimes have to be if that's what the opponent gives you? But no, I think I had faster mates there. Let's see. This guy has a top 100 avatar from a Shogi Wars Don Q tournament. Oh, you must be talking about the. You must be talking about the 1Q. Yeah, Todovsky. I something felt sketchy the way they were moving their dragon. Something felt very sketchy to me there. I don't know. Maybe I mean it's 10 seconds, so I shouldn't assume that my opponent is perfectly has perfect vision of the board, because 10 seconds is tough. It's very difficult to win, as I've said a zillion times. Like for me anyway, very difficult to win a game of shogi and very easy to lose a game of shogi. So maybe they just didn't see it. Oh, Escantoro. Wait. So you guys are serious? The blue color indicate. So the blue color here in this avatar. The strongest 3Q would have a green avatar and a gold 1 on the bottom right. Oh, transport. You should. Like I am 100% kidding. Serious now. No, not the slightest. Not the slightest. Even mild joke. You should talk to heroes, or write it and then promote it. I would love to see a book, like a coffee table book from you about all this Shogi Wars lore. Like I would, if it was printed on nice glossy paper, like a coffee table book with photos, and I would buy that in a heartbeat. Like I would buy multiple copies of that book in a heartbeat. Like I am actually serious. I would love to read that book. Like every stream, it seems like every stream you drop some interesting information about Shogi Wars that I have never seen or heard before. I mean, you could be totally trolling me and making it up, but like every stream you drop it seems like at least one interesting tidbit about Shogi Wars, and this is stuff I would love to know. Like that this blue means something, or this avatar was given for this particular event, or all this kind of stuff. Like I would love that. This avatar I've got now is yellow. I don't the yellow doesn't mean the yellow doesn't mean whale. Like you bought this with a pawn toss. Let's see. So they've got the blue, and then 3636. I wonder, very strange. Oh, that's for 3. So you might have gotten it at his other. Can I click on this? Oh, we can. Excellent. Okay, 3Q. Okay, so 10-minute played a lot. 3-minute, not so much. Look at this. That is a cool blue. Who is this? Why can't I click this? Who is this profile? Who is this image? Oh, look at this castle. Holy moly! Diamond Yagura, how do I make this? I absolutely need this. I need this badge. This badge here. What in the world? Is he holding diamonds? What is he? Are the diamonds built into his chest? I can't even tell what's going on. I just know that it's awesome. And this one... these Yagura, these I thought the Mino castles were good, but these are... Look at the complete Yagura. Do I have to become a static rook player now to get these? What is this? Oh, Crab Castle. Okay. No, I will never make the Crab Castle. Gosh. I think our refrigerator is on its last leg. Every couple hours or so, there's a very loud like pop coming from there. This person's never made Diamond Mino. I have. No big deal. There's a badge that I made today that I've never done before. Oh, the third file. That was nice to see. That was nice to see. And I tried in honor of Nishiyama Sensei. I tried to follow it up with an Anaguma win, and I just don't have the strength. I don't have the strength yet. Is this it? No. I didn't do this. Wait. When would I have ever done this? Back in my 28Q days. Okay. Where are we? This is fourth file, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm not undefeated. How did I lose? Come on, clicking. Oh, here we go. This is this is good. This is me, maybe 10 years from now. This is this guy on the right here. Oh man. Oh well. This Germa 66. I am seeing this a lot. That player must be awfully good. Anyway, this has been fun. I hate to do this. I hate to play 3 and cut out, but I am feeling it. I'm feeling it. I think I am in for a very early night tonight. What time is it? 8 o'clock? Oh my god. It's 6:40. I thought it was 8. And I think I need to go to sleep like really soon. Like I said, I've been driving all over Northern California, playing shogi, picking up. They're not kids. They're young adults. Picking up children. They're not children. What would you call them? You don't want to call them kids. You don't want to call them children. My offspring. I've been picking up my offspring, playing shogi, playing over the board shogi. And I am going to pass out. I'm definitely going to pass out. So I'm going to close it up. Thank you to everyone who stopped by. I hope transport. I hope I didn't by asking you to make this book and like singing your praises. I hope I didn't embarrass you in any way. Like, I know some people, some people don't like to be sort of, praised. But if you hear this later, or if you heard it and had to cut out, I am serious. It is so enjoyable to have you dropping this information on the stream. So I would buy a coffee table book about Shogi Wars lore and Shogi Wars badges it would be the fastest purchase I could possibly make. So you keep it in mind. And everyone else, Todosky, as always, just the help, the insights, the support, the tough love, or the sardonic, or the love by ridicule, or whatever. I appreciate it, and just everyone dropping in and saying hi. It's at the end of a long weekend. It's so nice to just relax a bit, chat, talk about this stuff. And hey, Shogi Yoshi, you're coming as I'm about to just close up here. It's been a very long weekend, and it's been a blast. I'm glad I could at least come on and play a few games and blab about all this stuff. I feel like I as I've said, I think about making a podcast. I don't think my podcast would be good because I just it's like relentless. I just blab and it's not really structured. I guess I could try to make an outline and structure it and come up with topics and try to think about that stuff. And especially if it was like a co-host podcast, with Rico, as we talked. Oh, you want to transfer? You want a top 100 prize in the 2Q category, and your transfer to Shogi was, and what is that? What color is that? It's kind of unfair though, since it was close to one down in your main. Oh, that's close enough. I wouldn't call that unfair. Lime green. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Shogi Yoshi, listen to Starpoint podcast. You'll see it works. I mean, it has its haters. Like to his credit, the podcast host reads the email messages from viewers. I assume they're emails, but one of the emails was like, basically like, I don't know, this podcast could just be a blog. And it's like, okay, thanks for taking the time to write a sort of unhelpful email to the person who's putting in all this time making this great Go podcast. But to his credit, he read it. He read it on stream, thanked him for the comment. But I love it. I love it. But again, as you probably already know now, I am an incredibly boring person. So it doesn't take much for me to like something. All I need is for the person that's talking to care about what they're talking about, and I'll like it. And just the fact that Go is an interesting game to me, and it's sort of shogi adjacent, means it is number one on my podcast list now. Over on top of all the chess podcasts and the comedy podcasts and video game podcasts that I listen to when I'm going for my walks, the Starpoint is now number one. It's the closest we have. It's the closest we have to a shogi podcast, in my opinion. I guess chess, you could say chess is also, because I've gotten a lot of the chess podcasts, but it's just so good. It's so good. There are some slow moments. Like I've said before, no podcast host is perfect, especially as he learns what he's doing. Some of his analogies are rough and extended, but other than that, love it. Definitely check it out. How much are you playing Go now versus shogi? You're playing more over the board Go? Do I play backgammon? Oh yeah. Oh, so I wish this site was still up. So, Killer. You may know Killer Ducky. He's a Go streamer. He's like a 3-dan AGA. He was a Go streamer. He streamed shogi. He's at least Shodan level, or was at least Shodan level in shogi. These days he's been streaming. He and Todosky have gotten sort of lured by the siren song of Mahjong Soul. So they both stream Mahjong when they should be focusing on shogi. But he's been doing a lot of shogi. But anyway, Killer Ducky is an incredible gamer. He's just great. He's great at every game. And he was, I think in high school, he said I think he was expert level in chess. So he's great in chess. He's 3 dan in Go, which is incredible. He's great in mahjong. And anyway, long story short, we've known each other. I think from Go is where we first met each other. But then we've discussed poker and backgammon. So this is back to when I was playing poker. Around those times, I got heavy into backgammon, and never for money, never tournament wise. I was playing online, both on Fibs, which is that now I don't remember. Now I don't remember the names of the sites. But anyway, there was that backgammon, the daily backgammon site, I think, that where you play sort of correspondence backgammon. So every game of that, and I think every game of Fibs, my personal webpage, I had a script going that was populating a database, and it took the game records, automatically analyzed them with GNU Backgammon, and filled out all sorts of interesting information about my games, like my luck rate, my win rate, bad beats. So I was taking this data and sort of applying my own ideas to it to figure out like how many bad beats, because I think it was a conversation with Killer Ducky that I had where it's like, I know I'm playing well, I'm just getting bad beats over and over and over. And I was so like, I was really, I know, like, just like with poker, volatility is a very difficult concept for the human mind to take into account. And sometimes the long run in these gambling games is a lot longer than you might expect. So it's totally conceivable that you have just a string of bad beats. But anyway, being a nerd and someone who loves to program, loves databases, loves drawing graphs and things like that. This is going back like 20 years ago. So it was in PHP, which I mean still is big, I guess, but PHP was kind of new back then. So I got these analysis, and my program was called Vindicator. Like the program was built to vindicate my play. And we found out, like in all these games, you'd see I had different colors. The row that as it was being rendered was in a different color depending on the kind of game. Like a good beat, where let's say I was in a bad position, but I got lucky, overwhelmingly lucky to get a win. Bad beat, good beat. And anyway, I found that I was getting bad beat all the time. Yeah, so I was vindicated. Like I felt vindicated. There were games, I'd be playing. It was good. I think my rating was somewhere around 1700, 1800-ish. Obviously not world class, but like a lot of my games, like a good percentage were being categorized by GNU Backgammon as like world class, I think it was. So it felt good. It was really fun. Love backgammon. Like I love to study. I've got all those old books. Like McGrill Backgammon, the Bible at the time, and I can't remember some of the other names, but I had a lot of backgammon books. When I look back at those days when I was younger and when I was having kids, it's like, man, I was doing a lot of stuff. I was studying hard on poker and backgammon and Go and blah blah blah. I was so into these games, and I was married, and so it's like, I guess I was just a complete nerd, just doing that while I'm also writing software for, my side company. So fun times, if you're young right now, enjoy these times, take advantage of it, just do everything you want to do it. And just don't let anyone tell you not, no. Don't let anyone tell you that you should be doing this, you should be doing that. Do what you find interesting. Eventually something is going to bubble out, and you're going to just keep going. So yes. So anyway, long story short, yes, I did play backgammon and love the game. I have shown remarkable restraint over the years in not buying more backgammon equipment. I have one nice set of backgammon. It's like a Dal Negro. I think that's I think they're still just with a nice felt, a nice wood, and just some nice wood checkers or whatever. I don't remember what they call it. But anyway, I like the set. It's not not the greatest set, but I love it. But I've withstood that. I just love reading, and that McGrill book is just it something about it, something about the way he writes, the way he talks, the ideas. It just resonates so much with me. And I love the era before computers. I love that. The era before computers made everything, correct. These weren't all correct decisions. They didn't know. They didn't know everything. So some of the stuff he might say, like the openings and whatnot, they're off. They've been proven to be off. But I love the ideas that come out of these books. And, everyone has different styles and oh, what a cool game. I have barely played that game in real life. Actually, I think I've only played it once with my brother when I was visiting him in Colorado. We played backgammon, and it was so fun. And yeah. So sorry for rambling. I see chat scrolling. Learning balance. You say over the board go is great, especially with handicap. You can. Oh, so this is interesting. So this is a topic I don't necessarily agree with. We've talked on this channel before, and I am sort of in agreement with, to a certain extent, with the Starpoint podcast host. Where we sort of think, and I don't want to put words into his mouth, but I think, and I know some very few, at least some very few that will agree with me in public, but don't love handicap so much because it feels more like a different game. It's a bit. It's like when there's joseki made for handicap, I almost start thinking, you're playing the handicap, you're not playing the game. I like the idea, but I also think I like the way chess does it. And maybe you don't end up with even games. And I don't know, but I love the difference between players getting handled by the ratings. Where, if I as a 1400 am playing a 2500 or a 2400, they're going to win, but they're not going to win many rating points if they beat me. But if I beat them, I'm going to get a ton of rating points, that kind of thing. I sort of like that where you're playing a percentage. I just like playing the real game. I don't mind. But the thing is, I am not one of those people that hate, well, I was going to say I'm not one of those people that hates losing. I hate losing. I am extremely competitive to a fault, especially when I was younger. But I don't like to lose. But if I'm playing a good game and the other player played a good game, I'm as happy as I could be. And just like I was talking about that at the Cupertino, yesterday at the Cupertino Shogi Club, I lost 2 games and I won 1 game. And I enjoyed the 2 losses more than I enjoyed the win. They were both awesome games. Just engaging games where we're both sort of putting our ideas out there and putting it all out there. And at the end of the game, in shogi, and I've said this before, that I almost wish sometimes that there was a more draw in shogi, because sometimes you play your heart out. And, it's a shame that someone has to lose. I sort of like that sometimes about chess, where both players can play great and draw and walk away happy, kind of thing, or walk away friends. So anyway, Shogi Yoshi, you play 10 times more over the board go than shogi, because other than, yes, yeah. It's a real problem. It's a real problem, and that's why I feel so blessed out here in Northern California with all these shogi players. It's crazy how many players we have now. Like today. Today even at the East Bay Shogi Club, which almost never has many players, we had 4, and they were just I love talking to all. I've known the leader of the club now for over a year and a half. But these new people I met today, and all three of them I love talking to. It was just great. Love playing them, love talking to them. And Saturday we had 15 people, and it's like, and some of them are kids, and some of them are beginners, and some of them are great. And the U.S. Shogi champion, is in this club, in our club, and he wasn't even there on Saturday. And if he would have been there, it would have been even better. And so it's crazy how nice it is out here. I think Go has a bunch of has a scene out here too. There's that. I am more likely to go to a Shang-Chi meetup if I can find one now than I am to go to a Go club, just because Go is so much into those handicaps, and I just want to play the real game. I don't care if I get beat. I just want to play the real game. I want to see how someone beats me. I want to see how someone beats me in a real game. Just so I am one of those people, and maybe there aren't many of me. I am one of those people where the handicap in Go not prevents, but it hinders my enjoyment of the game, and it makes me not want to go to in-person events. Like the Starpoint podcast host was talking about his experience at the Los Angeles Open recently, and it was a great experience. He loved it. He came in third place in his division, but none of the games, he had 4 games, none of them were even games. He beat someone with 3 stones, I think, and he beat someone with 4 stones, and he lost to someone with 3 stones, or he beat someone with 5, lost someone with 4, something like that. And it sounds like the high handicap games, it sounds like his opponents didn't have much fun either. Like, I am interpreting this, in my own biased view, but it's like, it sounds like they didn't enjoy it, where they're just mumbling to themselves like, this is unwinnable. I can't do this. I can't do this. This is too hard. This is too hard. And it's like, I understand, you're at a tournament, and the person who finishes third in the division, like, didn't win a single even match and never gave a handicap. He only accepted handicaps. Like, to me, that's kind of like, if you want to do that sort of in play matches, cool. Like, that's casual matches, learning matches, great. But as a tournament format, to me, my American sense of justice and fair play, that doesn't, something doesn't compute. So it sort of breaks my brain. Tournament backgammon with the doubling cube is a serious game. Oh boy. Yes. The doubling cube is fantastic. What a great invention. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I mean, I love the game without the doubling cube. I love the game with the doubling cube. Sometimes when the opponent doubles me in a tough spot, I wasn't loving it so much. But yeah. No. I think FIBS. I think it stands for First Internet Backgammon Server. I don't think it was free. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, it's First, like First Internet Backgammon Server, which is kind of an interesting acronym. But I could be wrong. I could be totally misremembering. But I also played on, so it's coming back to me. Daily Gammon is the name of the correspondence site that I used to play at. And let's see. It's funny. Chess, Todasi, you're saying it's chess and shogi could use a vindicator like backgammon and mahjong have, but accounting for human error as a probability function. Oh, that's a fascinating idea. Yeah, well, I mean, like you see me after some of these games where I lose and I can't resist looking at that. Shogi Wars makes it so quick and easy to get that quick evaluation graph where it's like, I want to vindicate to myself that I had a win and I just lost it. I had a good position. And so, there's my vindicator, there's my vindicator coming through right there. And that would be really cool. I've seen on Killer Ducky's stream, he's using a bunch of software. I don't know how much of it, because I'm not watching consistently enough, and I don't understand the game well enough to know what's going on. But it seems like he's using a mix of his own software and some existing software, or his own algorithms. It seems like, I'm not sure because I'm not watching as closely. because a game, again, I don't know the game very well. Like when I say you, I'm meaning Todofsky, when you and Killer Ducky started streaming it, or at least when I noticed the two of you started streaming it, I thought, oh, I'm gonna, this looks cool, I'm gonna learn this, and it just became a little too overwhelming for me, where there's so many hands. And there's so many hands. People on Mahjong Soul play fast time controls, and it's like I need to focus. I want to get better at shogi. I need to focus. It's the same thing I'm going through a little bit with Xiangqi, which I am loving that game. The little bit, like, I am allowing myself 15, 20 minutes of it per day. I'm not allowing myself much more of it. Because I really need to focus on shogi in getting better, but I am enjoying it. I saw that on Steam there is this stunning game called Just Xiangqi, and I am thinking of getting that. It seems like it runs on Mac, so I might get that and stream that someday. I did get it for Nintendo Switch because it was like $5, and I have like $13 worth of Nintendo bucks, like the gold points. So I got that and was playing it yesterday, going through checkmate patterns, and then I couldn't beat the computer with a 9-piece handicap after like 3 or 4 attempts, and then I had to go to sleep. I was so exhausted. But I'm thinking of streaming that, again, or not again, for the first time. Who knows? But anyway, like, I've got to focus on shogi. Like, I love this game so much, and I enjoy learning, and I enjoy improve. I love that I am seeing improvement over the board. I feel like I'm not seeing much improvement in these streams, and most of you can probably vouch for me that I am seemingly not improving very much on these streams, but over the board, I am. Over the, like, the US Shogi tournament was just, I played out of my mind and did so well. But over the board here, I am competing with people that I couldn't compete with in the past very well. So I know it's getting better. I see my 81 dojo when I play off stream. That's consistently getting higher. It's a little unfair because I handpick my opponents, but over the board, that benchmark of seeing people you used to get crushed by, and you're sort of slowly getting better where you're competing with them. It feels good. It feels good. Playing multiple game sets to a certain point total, utilizing W cube, cuts way down on bad beats. Yeah. It certainly does, because there will be far fewer positions where you're just, like, I say, a 90% favorite or a 95% favorite and you lost. Those mostly just will not happen because no one's going to accept that doubling cube. But the bad beats of the bad beats do get intensified. The smaller margin of bad beat, where say you're losing 60-40, but now it's a double or a quad or whatever. Now the pain of that sort of loss is intensified because it's not, now it's 2 or 4 times or 16 times. It's just so much. It feels worse. Grueling game. It's so fun. It's awesome. I'm catching up to what you probably said 10 minutes ago about many of the standard openings change based on AI analysis. Yeah. You played last Monday against a showdown with 30-point reverse Komi and still lost. Oh, 30. Yeah, reverse Komi. I like more. It does change the game, but it doesn't change. It still looks the same. And as a beginner, you can just ignore the score and just try to do your best. And then if you win, you win. You lose. But you don't play it, or even beginner or an intermediate, player. Like, I got to be between 2 and 4Q on KGS, 18 years ago. I wasn't counting. I wasn't counting. So maybe that's a reflection of how bad a 2Q was back in those days, or maybe a reflection of how maybe lucky I got, or maybe I was a strong fighting player. I don't know, versus a territorial player, but I did not count, and I still was able to rank up to a certain extent, and I was nowhere near the cap of I think I could have improved more. Like right now, sometimes I wonder if I'm at the cap of my abilities in shogi just based on age and slowness and whatever. But I'm pretty convinced I could have gotten better at Go had I kept playing it. But I wasn't counting in those days. So a big reverse Komi I think would have been great for me because it's the same game. Learning balance. Well, that's the thing. I guess it depends. You mean when you're a 5Q and you're playing 15Q, it isn't as fun if they don't have a handicap. I take your word for it, and I know a lot of people agree with you. I just don't. I like the game. I like the game regardless. I don't enjoy the stones being on the board early, and just like in chess. Like if I'm playing a grandmaster in chess, I will love the game. I'll get crushed, but I'll love the game. I'll enjoy it. Like I am at least right now in a position where my enjoyment of the game is more coming from my perceived improvement in it versus the actual wins and losses. Despite how I may appear, or even may knee jerk to appear in these Shogi Wars streams, like when I lose and I feel rough about it. In the end, for me, it is really it's the cliche. It's a cliche, and I hate to say it because it sounds so lame, but like it is the journey. It's about the journey right now more than the destination. And yeah, I have signposts of like I want to hit Shodan on one of these sites. I definitely want to. Because it's a minor goal that I've set. It's a minor goal that everyone, like nothing unique to me. It seems like it's a minor goal that almost everyone sets. But and there was a Star Point podcast about this very topic as well. Yeah. Okay. So learning balance. Yeah. You say reverse. Yes. So if by handicap you mean reverse comb, like a big reverse Komi or whatever, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I still don't think it should be used in tournaments. I still don't think it should be used in tournaments or rated games. Like, I guess to me there's, and maybe this is to a fault, but like I think there is a difference. There's competition and then there's fun, or casual. To me, they're both fun. Playing casually is a blast. Playing in tournaments, my one experience in shogi playing a tournament, or my one experience in chess playing a tournament, they're both a blast. But for me, a lot of the fun of the tournament and competition is level playing field, just level. Like, so I don't want so perfect example here for me. So at the US Shogi Championship in the team tournament, I had my two biggest wins ever. I beat a 3-dan and I beat a 2/3 dan international master in chess. Those were the biggest wins of my life, and I felt incredible after winning those games. I was going into this tournament thinking I wouldn't win a single game, either in casuals or in the tournament. I just wanted to play and have fun. So I won these games, and I thought I was on top of the world. But now, this is something I hadn't thought of. If I would have beaten, if I would have won one of those games with handicap, it would have been meaningless to me. It would have been, I would have been like, good game. You're still a better, you're good game. You're a better player than me. I got, if it wasn't a handicap, I would have lost, kind of thing. And I would have walked away. I would have had fun playing, but I get no satisfaction. And this is probably just a personal fault of mine. I get, literally zero satisfaction or possibly negative satisfaction when I win a handicap tournament, a handicap match. I get no satisfaction from losing. a handicap match unless it's against a kid, unless it's against a young kid who's learning. I feel good because it's like, I'm trying to guide the kid sort of as a teaching game, and they beat me. Awesome. I feel like my goal has been accomplished. So that is the only time I enjoy the result of a handicap game. Otherwise, it's a character fault. It's a character fault. I will admit. I'll be the first to admit. But like I said, I get zero satisfaction from winning or losing a handicap game. But in even game, I get tremendous satisfaction both from winning and from losing, as I said. And then and then in this tournament, it meant I was on cloud 9 after beating these players. And it was just that tournament I played out of my mind. And I was just playing great. And my tournament could have been even better because I had a crushing position against a Tudon player. And he was just emoting so heavily. He was so despondent. I thought he was going to resign. And while he's just beating himself up verbally over the board as I'm playing against him, my mind is racing like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be 2 wins and 1 loss in this group A of the tournament. If my next opponent Nifus, I'm going to be 3-1, and I'm going to be in contention for the semifinals, and I'm going to be the most lucky pearl. Like my mind went off into la la land thinking about all these possibilities, and I got so excited that I pressed the gas so hard and I flooded the engine and I just blew up. I just blew up and didn't win that game, but either way, it was awesome. And then in my final game after that, I ended up having to go against Maple Sugar Lover, who beat me, and that was fun. I lost to him in a casual game, and then I lost to him in the tournament game. Both games, awesome. Anyway, so I'm rambling so much. It's so hard. I apologize that it's so difficult to maintain a conversation because I every sentence that someone types, I end up going 10 minutes. I Dream of Shogi. Welcome to the channel. This is a new name to me. I didn't see that it said first time chat or anything like that. So maybe you've talked before, but love the username. Well, keep in mind, I did say that in my old age, I am not as competitive as I was as a young person. So I think it's my age getting to me, my sentimental self being like, I'm competitive, but sometimes I would like a draw. The thing that changed my mind was a chess podcast that I listened to. And I believe that it is an old Swedish grandmaster. He's like 70 or 80 years old now. I'll just use the stereotypical last name because I think it actually is this name, but I think his name is Anderson. I can't remember now, darn it. But a former top 10, possibly top 5 in the world chess player. He's old now, and he was talking about how he loves draws. And he said that, you could be playing someone and, playing at the club or playing at the coffee shop, and you both play well and you get your draw and everyone's happy. And a switch flipped in my head after I heard that. It was like this idea that I had never even considered entered into my head. And I thought, oh, that's an interesting idea. Maybe he's right. Maybe draws are a feature of chess, not a downside. Maybe it's a feature. And I started thinking, especially since some of these shogi games that I've played over the board, where I am playing my heart out, and I know my opponent is playing his heart out, and one of us has to lose. Often it would be me, losing in there, but. Even when I win, let's say this very close game that goes 130, 140 moves, and there's a king chase at the end, and it's like I win by a thread, and I mean, obviously I'm ecstatic to win, and I'm doing my best to try to win, but it was just a shame. It felt like a shame in some of these games where we're both making these what I perceive at the time to be great, interesting moves, but one of us is going to make that final little slip or that final blunder that's going to be enough to give up the game. And I think, like, I wouldn't mind driving back, an hour and a half home and having had a draw instead of instead of a win, or instead of having gone 0-3. Maybe it would have been nice to get one draw, that kind of thing. But anyway, I appreciate anyone's position in this, because I've certainly swapped positions now, and I understand totally if the draws detract from the game, and the meta around draws of making fast draws and whatnot. It's ugly. Interestingly, one thing that I do like about I don't know if this, I imagine this would break chess, the way that chess is constructed, or maybe it wouldn't, but in Xiangqi you cannot repeat. The person doing the repeating, like shogi with the checks, but it's just in general, if you create that third repeated position, you lose. So fascinating stuff. So you lose. There are draws in Xiangqi. It's fewer draws than chess apparently, but still there are plenty of draws. But you cannot force a draw. If you repeat, the person who last repeated, who forced the repeat, loses. Also, there is no stalemate. You can force them. If you force the opponent into a stalemate where they can't do anything but run into check, you win. You win. They have to move into check to lose. I thought that's fascinating. Knowing nothing about the history of the game, knowing nothing about any sort of theory about draws and how it impacts the meta of Xiangqi, I find that fascinating, and I'm curious. Certainly someone has to have tried this in Western chess. Like, for all I know, it may be Kramnik. I mean, Kramnik, he used, before he went off the deep end, he was doing all sorts of variant testing and writing up, interesting but doing research with variants and engines. And interesting, actually, now that I think about it, that he's done all this work with engines. Interesting. Like, I'm curious. I don't know. So transport, you say draws are the worst part of chess. Yeah. Trade, draw, GG. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people agree with you. I don't necessarily agree. But I see it. I watch a lot of chess. And the ones that I stick around longer for are the ones that are on draws, so it's fun, but as time goes on, my appreciation for the draw continues to grow. Todoski, you say you could lose a real game to an engine any day. You don't see the point of traveling somewhere. Interesting. I guess I just like, I want to see how people beat me. That's the thing. That's the thing about playing a strong player that beats me. I want to get ideas that I can learn from. Or maybe you can still, I mean, obviously people believe you can still learn from handicap games, and I believe it too. It's just, yeah, I don't know. They're like I've said, this is probably a character flaw of mine. And for the same reason that I don't like playing engines, I don't like playing as much against someone if their heart isn't into it. Like, if I know they're just messing around, like some of these shogi games where they're memeing or whatever online or over the board, like if I know my opponent is not trying their best, I don't try my best, and it just devolves into some lesser game. And so I think that happens with handicap. I've got to know that my opponent is at their best or trying to their best for whatever reason. It's different for everybody. That's just the way it is for me and my brain and the way I was raised and the way I grew up and the way my friends, it's like, who knows all the factors that go into someone's mental model, but that's just my mental model. And I totally appreciate someone else having a completely different opinion there. Yeah, so it's usually you say learning balance. Usually in tournaments they do something like H-2, so the handicap is 2 less than the difference. Yeah, that's actually what I thought. So I was surprised that this Los Angeles Open that he talked about, that he was getting these massive hand, like a 5 to me, 5-stone handicap is a massive handicap. And it sounds like his opponents also agreed that it was a massive handicap because they were talking to themselves. And that's the thing is, like, when I win, just to repeat what I just said earlier, when I win, I want to win at the opponent's, like, I want to win evenly, this person, like the podcast host, sounded very excited to beat the person with 5 handicap stones. Like, he sounded very excited to win 3rd place in this tournament, and more power to him. Congratulations. Great job. I love his podcast. That's just not for me. That's just not the way my brain works. I'd be embarrassed. Like that's the extent of how my brain thinks about these things. I'd be very embarrassed to go up and accept a trophy when I was being given 5 stones and 4 stones and 3 stones. I'd be embarrassed, but that's just my quirks, my quirks. Yeah. So transport, you say, you think I'm improving in the 10-minute games? Slightly. Yeah. Not so much in 3-minute or 10-second. Yeah, I think so. If anything, at times I feel like I'm getting worse on stream. That's the scary part for me, is that sometimes I feel like I'm getting worse on stream. What felt great is, I don't know if it was Wednesday or Thursday. I streamed some Shogi Club 24, and I played 2 good games there. That felt great. Like, honestly, like I felt mild relief, because I've been worried that I've been playing too much Shogi Wars. I thought that, is my game getting a little bit too low depth now? Am I thinking too little? Am I not calculating enough? And some of my over the board performances, some of them, especially a week ago, but even this past weekend, my over the board performances are making me feel at least like I'm not totally off. And that Shogi Club 24 felt good, but so I'm just gonna keep playing Shogi Wars. So I'm not gonna give up. But yeah, on stream, there is a major handicap. I feel like I'm giving a major handicap on stream right now. I don't know why it is. I have done, I think this might be the 107th or, over 100 streams that I've done. And, I've been doing this now since December, pretty regularly, but still that streamer handicap is very real for me. I don't know what it is. Because I go off stream and I'm just better. I'm just a lot better. John Bartholomew, international master John Bartholomew in chess, he estimates he is 150 elo points weaker in when streaming versus playing on his own. But 150 points for a 2400, whatever his ranking is online, 2500 player, 150 points is a small percentage. But if I am 50 to 100 points, elo points worse streaming, I would not be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. So, not to make excuses, not to make excuses or to be asking for any sympathy or anything like that, because I am loving this. Shoyoshi, you play your son 13 by 13 as white with no komi, and that works really well. I could see that. I think 13 by 13 is big enough to sort of start getting into the interesting aspect of Go. 9 by 9, not for me. Not for me. 9 by 9 feels too far from Go, almost in the same way that Goro Goro or mini shogi especially, or classic Dobutsu shogi, which is the smaller board with the pieces rammed up against. They're small enough and different enough that it's not like real to me. Yeah, Yeah. So you view tournament games as casual too, learning ballots. That's a great mindset. That's a great mindset to have. I think that's a great mindset for improvement. Based on what I see, if you just treat everything as loving the game, you just say, I love the game, I'm trying to get better at the game. You treat everything as just another point on your journey. That I think is a great attitude, and I cannot disagree with that. I can just say for my mental makeup, with whatever inputs, whatever garbage in is coming to the garbage out of my head, competition is something that is very different for me. It just is. I cannot turn it off. I can't turn it on. I can't turn it off. It is what it is. And so I sort of just have to embrace the way my brain is. And that's it. So, a lot of my enjoyment of tournaments comes simply from competing, in this fight of equals. And and so like I said, so when I do come out and play well, when I come out and play well and I beat a 3-dan and I beat a 2/3-dan and I almost beat another 2-dan, until I just self-destruct, the satisfaction I got from those games, I never, ever in a million years would have gotten from a handicap game. And to the point where, the way I am, I just wouldn't have even enjoyed it. I'd almost rather lose a handicap game, because then it's not like there's just always an excuse built in. It's like there's always an excuse. If you win, it's like I won, but he gave me a handicap. And it's interesting to hear the way Go players talk about it. They're like, this podcast host and some other people that I was talking to, they were explaining. They're like, yeah, I won that game. I won that game against a 2-dan. It's like, and I'm not going to correct them, and I'm not going to rain on their parade or just be the party pooper. But it's like, you didn't beat a 2-dan. You did. I'm thinking to myself, with my warped competitive mind, I'm like, you didn't beat a 2-dan. You won a game with a massive handicap. You won a game with a 5-stone handicap. Great job. No sarcasm in that statement. Great job for playing equally. Playing a solid game and winning a game. That's no small feat to beat a 2-dan or 3-dan with 5 stones. That's no small feat, in my opinion. But you didn't beat a 3-dan, or you didn't beat a 2-dan. You beat a 2-dan with a big handicap. You beat a 3-dan with a big handicap. Is sort of how I look at it. And again, I 100% support someone that would vehemently disagree with me, because I, as I have said, because I am an idiot. Transport. This that you're asking, I must be like 20 minutes behind these chats. You said that you beat a bunch of Dan players. Yeah. I was playing the best I have ever played. It just happened to be at this tournament, and it was one of the greatest. Not just the games I lost were just as satisfying. The games I lost against like the top level players were just as satisfying. It was so good. Playing. I can't. The best player in New York, and playing one of the best players, if not the best player in Los Angeles, and previous years runner-ups, and a semifinal. I got to play by the luck of the draw. I ended up playing 2 incredibly strong players. I believe they have both been multiple time United States Shogi Tournament runner-ups, and both of them. And I think one of these players won. He won the ISF one of the years. I didn't beat this player. This is a player that I played a great game against. and one that deep into the middle of the game, I think I had an advantage. And it sounded like he seemed to think that maybe I did too. I was playing out of my mind, and also I was playing out of my mind and playing people who were doing things that I'm very familiar with. So it was like this magical combination that, for all I know, like I could improve. Let's say I get to be 1 or 2 Dan someday. I still might never have another tournament as good as this one. So it's like, that's the downside of it. In Go, it is very easy to make a 10-point mistake. Yes, it is. Well, in Shogi, it's also easy to make, as I have proven on stream, it is very easy to go from 99% winning chances to, negative 99%, or 1%, or whatever it is. Oh, today you made a 15-point mistake in the opening. See, that's another thing about Go. I love the game. And I played it a lot. But I am in a constant state of feeling like that move is too slow. That move is too weak. That move is too slow. That move is too small. That move is too small. That move is too small. Like I'm nonstop beating myself up, mentally, about these moves. And for some reason, I'm not really doing that in Shogi. Maybe because I make my semi-reckless attacks, or at least I'm trying to make attacks. And even I feel like sometimes I have a puncher's chance in Shogi, where in Go, I feel like I'm making these small moves. And then what's really funny is that when I make the bigger moves in Go, it's like, okay, I know I've got to extend long here. I've got to go wide, or I've got to approach. And then the opponent, like, not even knowing me, but like somehow is tuned in to my mental state and chooses that moment to kind of attack. And it's like, oh man, I don't know if I can live now. I've extended further than I usually do because I'm always thinking I'm making slow moves. But now I don't know if I can live. And it's Go is a very Go. Someone I was talking to today, another person who, this is not someone who played at the club, but a Japanese gentleman who comes to this coffee shop every week. He has for, I think he said, for 8 years he's been going to this shop. But I've only been going for a year and a half. But we sort of we're on greeting terms because we see each other every Sunday. And this is the first time ever we talked longer. We were talking about kids. Both our kids had some difficulties when they were right after they were born and had to stay in the hospital for extended times. But he saw, like, he's from Japan, and he played as a kid. And he said he mentioned, I said, he asked how I got into it, and I started talking about Go, and because that was sort of my entry into Shogi. And he said, "Oh, Go. Oh, Go makes my mind spin. I can't think about Go." And I understand it. I understand what he's saying, because I feel that same way. Even though I got to a respectable, I maybe laugh. Maybe someone could laugh at me saying it's respectable, but like, respectable 2Q level. In my mind, that was respectable. Whatever. It wasn't pure beginner, but. And my mind was still in a constant state of just being uncertain. Oh, Todazi, you said, yeah, I think you've told the story about the online blitz game you had with the good position against Karo, and then you're losing. It's Shogi is, I mean, chess is as well too, but like battling my own thoughts was one of the hardest things I had to do in this Shogi tournament. Like, I swear, when I had my dominant position against the 2Q in the tournament, or 2 Dan in the tournament, that would have put me up to 2-1 in games in my game record. And he was so despondent, and I thought he was going to resign. This story that was playing in my head, this fantasy that was brewing in my brain, like, you could have turned it into a made-for-TV movie. Like, the depth this delusion that was going in, because he took a long time. He was talking to himself for probably at least 5 to 10 minutes. And we were playing, what was the time control? I think it was 15 minutes with 30-second. No, I think we were playing 15-minute main time with 40-second Byoyomi. And he used, for like 2 moves, he used well over 5 minutes. And the entire time he was mumbling, to himself and just like ridiculing himself. It was something to behold. And all that time he was talking to himself and doing that, in my mind, I'm making this movie about how I am going to be 2-1 in Group A, and my next match I'm going to be playing because it is a Swiss. The next round I'm going to be playing one of the top players, and they're going to Nifu, and I'm going to get to be 3-1 in the United States Shogi Championship, and I am going to be in the running for tie breaks to make it to the semifinals. Because the way it worked is, the top 4 players made it to semifinals in each group. Group A being the top group, which I had fluked into by virtue of getting a bye in one of my rounds. So I had won one and lost one in the placement rounds, and then got a bye, which doubly kicked in my imposter syndrome. So I'm thinking there, I'm making this movie about like, oh boy, I am going to be 3-1 after my, so I've already counted my win. I've already counted this win. So that makes me 2-1. And then I've already counted my Nifu win in the next round against a top player. And it's like, then I'm going to be in tie breaks. And, if I get into tie breaks, I'll be like the worst player to ever have made the semifinals of this tournament. And it's like, I'm telling this whole story. And yeah, so long story short, battling your own thoughts. Boy, that is a new and interesting challenge that I had to deal with this at this tournament. I dream of shogi. Yeah, your IM major. Okay, nice. So that's why I didn't say first time chat. Okay. You can think that draws are a feature, and that's an argument to have, but you can't argue that it's competitive. Oh, no. By no means am I arguing that it's more competitive. That it's more competitive or even remotely close. No, I'm not. I think if an argument is going to be made, I think you could say that I'm trying to, because I don't necessarily believe this, but I think you could say that if both players play great, in order for someone to win, someone has to make a mistake. So, in a 150 move game, yeah, the person that didn't make the mistake deserves the win. But like, I'm trying to make an argument that I don't necessarily agree with, which is my problem here. But like, there's a bit of luck and time control and all there are some factors that go into making a blunder or making a mistake. And I guess you could say, I think, that the draw preserves the balance of volatility a bit. It doesn't allow volatility to make as big of an impact as it might. So volatility and luck. So I'm trying to make this argument. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm trying to make it just to play devil's advocate there. But yeah, just to be clear, I am not saying that it makes it more competitive or even the same competitive to have the draws. I'm saying it might make it somehow a little bit maybe more enjoyable. That's all. My mind based on this Grandmaster, what he had said, it really, his argument sort of resonated with me, but not a competitive thing. Yeah, if I love draws, I love tic-tac-toe. Well, I'm not good enough in tic-tac-toe to draw either. Shogi Yoshi, oh, I didn't know that you play Shang-Chi. We have a few Shang-Chi players. Really cool game. Really cool, very cool game. The checkmates are they're still sort of mind-bending to me, and a lot of the tactics are really neat and mind-bending. The Fabi Nepo game was extremely exciting. Extremely exciting. But, you know, the problem there is that you know, almost any game of that magnitude, you know, it was so important. It was going to be exciting. It was doubly exciting and disappointing in a way because Fabi blew it. But at the same time, I wanted Nepomniachtchi to win just because I am so, I didn't come into this tournament as the biggest Nepo fan, but the way he was on the path to win his third candidates in a row, I became a big fan. Even though he's got that big tattoo on his arm, you know, I don't know. I just I'm blown away by him. And he had a lot of luck in this tournament. You know, looking back, he was in a losing position a lot. You know, Gukesh wasn't in a losing position a lot. But anyway, so much of the excitement. I'm a big Gukesh fan, and I'm very happy for him. But I think his win diminishes it. I think his win diminishes this next upcoming World Championship so much. I think it would have been so great for Nepo or Hikaru or Fabi to have been to become the next world champion. I think they would have been so great and so legitimate. Even with Magnus, you know, even with the specter of Magnus out there, I think any of those three would have been so legit. Gukesh is not going to be. Apologies to anyone who's a huge Gukesh fan. I think Gukesh is not going to be a legitimate world champion, just like Ding is not a legitimate world champion. Apologies to Ding fans. I was one. But now I'm making hot takes, and I don't want to make hot takes, especially since I am lightheaded. You know, I'm so tired. Gosh, I've been talking for an hour since I said I was going to stop. I'm sort of lightheaded because I'm talking so much. You know, I'm on very little sleep. So all these hot takes, take with a grain of salt, please. Yeah, Kramnik, the guy who pioneered drawing as black. Yeah, the Berlin. While I'm making a hot take, Kramnik, not legitimate world champion. Not legit. I don't care if he beat Kasparov. That was a fluke. And he cheated in the toilet against I can't remember his name. I can't remember his name. And Vishy was better anyway. There's my hot takes. I am very anti-Kramnik right now. Kasparov, I think just trying to beat his head against that stupid Berlin, convinced that he could beat it. And maybe that was his own, maybe it was his stubbornness, you know, that you know, his stubbornness and his arrogance that had served him so well. It just backfired this one time. He was still the better player, blah blah blah. Especially looking back, you know, in the past, it didn't bother me that Kramnik was world champion, even though I never thought he was legitimately the best or the world champ. Now that he's turned crazy, it really is disappointing that he was world champion in name, even if only in name. Oh, you think in 10 second? I'm definitely thinking too little. So, I am so those early streams, and I think even last month, those streams, where I was timing out, where I was both timing out legitimately because I'm too slow and timing out because of the mechanics, you know, of the mouse with the way the promotion works in Shogi Wars. I am so gun shy in 10 seconds that I feel like I have to be making moves. In one of the games that I won today, I must have been on 9.9 in like multiple moves. I am so gun shy, and every time that I time out now on 10-second shogi, it's contributing. It's just snowballing to make me think even less and get even more frantic. It's really rough. because I don't seem to have that problem on 81 Dojo when I'm playing 10 second. And when I'm playing Shogi Wars on mobile with tap, playing 3 minutes, I found just last week with tap, I'm blazing fast. I am so much faster that it's almost like a different me. The argument is, should it be easier or harder to make draws? Oh, yeah. I think it should be harder. It should be. I think in an ideal world, it should be harder to make draws. Again, I'm shilling this Starpoint podcast, but in a recent episode, he talked about. We have a lot of similar mindsets. It's fascinating. I share a lot of ideas with this podcast host, but he's saying that he was basically making the same argument that, you know what, in Go, sometimes it would be nice to have a draw. Sometimes it would be nice. If both players play equally well, so you maybe have zero Komi or whatever. He didn't think it through very, very hard, but that's I guess that's it. And it would be harder. It would be harder to make draws. So like I'm saying in Shang-Chi, yes, you can make draws, but it seems harder to make draws than in chess because you cannot repeat. You cannot force the repetition. If you force a repetition, you lose. If you are down material and you find yourself in a stalemate position, too bad, you lose. You've got to make a move, and if your move is to go into check, sorry, you lose. I like that. To me, that appeals to me. So as someone who is now sort of, I am not against draws. And, on the contrary, I'm sort of pro draw to a certain extent, pro the ability to draw. I like that Shang-Chi mindset where you can't force a draw, and you can't hide away. You can't do a Rosen stalemate. The Eric Rosen famous for finding these. It's hard because they're so compelling to watch him do this, but finding these ridiculous stalemates where his opponent has 2 queens and a bishop and a rook and pawns, and he just stalemates because because he's very clever. So like watching those as a fan, I'm watching them and like, oh, that's awesome. But also it's like, he does not deserve half a point for that game. Funny discussion. It's a funny discussion to be had. Todovsky, you say, if you genuinely believe live streaming is a handicap, that's a theory which can be measured. Yeah. And so that's why I play those. I've been calling them calibration. These calibration games on 81 Dojo off stream. It's been not 100% consistent, but for the most time, for the past month and a half, 2 months, I think I've been playing a rated game on 81 Dojo, and I'm not making any of these ridiculous, ludicrous kinds of failed attacks that I make on Shogi Wars, and I'm up to 1Q there now. Ratings especially on 81 Dojo, in any system where you can handpick your opponents, it's sketchy as heck. It's super sketchy. But in terms of calibration, I see that I'm getting better. And like I said, when I play, every game I play over the board, especially when it's earlier in the day and not at night where my mind has sort of gotten fried, every game I play is sort of a mini test of, I think, of my improvement. And like the fact is, I am competing with and sometimes beating people that I never could have competed with in the past. So I know I'm getting better. I don't think they're getting worse. These players, I'm pretty sure they're also at least getting better. If they're at least holding, treading water, but I think they're getting better too. These people that I'm thinking within my mind that I play a lot. So anyway, that's my thinking / hoping about that. I don't know how to measure it like rigorously, but especially since the Shogi Wars The Shogi Wars rating system is so opaque. You know, it's so opaque that, you know, the elo, the hidden elo or whatever being, you know, hidden. Handicap games can also be used to estimate your rank. See, that's the thing. For me, they cannot. So I believe for some people they can. For me, they cannot, because I cannot take them seriously. In the same way that I cannot take a bot game seriously. Like, I try and I try and I try. I simply cannot take them seriously. It looks like on my viewing machine here, I lost my network. So this is the different network that I have that's running. So come on. Oh, that doesn't reload either. So apologies here. Trying to get this. All right. So I was talking about it's a mental block. It's just a mental block. Like I said, if I know the opponent is not playing me seriously, I struggle to take a game seriously. But if there's a handicap or if it's an engine, I don't know what to say. I just can't take them seriously. And if I'm not playing seriously, my calculation is just puddle depth. It's just so low. It's a flaw. It's an admitted flaw. I am working on it, but it's just the way my mind works. Like, so handicap games just simply cannot estimate my ability. Yeah. Oh, the try rule for double entering kings. I just learned about the try rule. I think it might have been the last stream. I just learned about it. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a great idea. It makes it so much more obvious, I think, to explain the rules versus impasse. And I think, you know, because I don't actually know the impasse rules, Todovsky helped me once, and there was a brief moment of time where Todovsky gave me a link to the Lee Shogi, I think, directions on impasse, and we worked on it, and I knew it, but I've since forgotten the rules. That so the try rule being so easy, I think for me, because I'd be able to remember it, it could actually become a part of my strategy. Not that it would be an everyday thing, obviously, but I think the fact that I could remember it and know this rule makes it easier to teach. It's sort of logical, and I think it could actually inform decisions that I'm going to make over the board when I'm about to run my king. It's like, oh, it looks like I might have a path to try. Let me do that. Versus now with impasse, it's like, let me get to the end of the board. Maybe I can win. I don't know. I don't know. It looks like they've got a dragon and I've got a dragon, and it's like it's so nebulous to me, especially since I don't remember how to count. So yeah, at the start you thought learning balance. At the start you thought Fabi would win, but I was hoping one of the underdogs would win. Yeah. So it's funny. It's funny. It's funny because going into this tournament, well, I'm not the biggest Hikaru Nakamura fan. I'm not the he's got plenty of fans. He's a fellow streamer. He's a fellow full-time streamer. But and I appreciate his ability. Like, he's incredible. Knowing how hard it is for me to stream and play, it's a marvel. It's a marvel to behold, him playing. And the fact that he's getting older and getting better, I cannot do anything but cheer for that. But on top of that, I feel like he would be the best, short of Magnus. I think he would be the best world champion in terms of just chess is already in such a boom. It's a boom that keeps growing. It's been going for years now. It would explode even bigger if Hikaru was the world champion. He'd be a great world champion. So I think that would be amazing. I also I thought that Prague would be a great world champion. I am such a fan of Prague's family, like his family, you know, his sister, his mom, you know, just every interview I've seen with them. I am such a big fan of his, and knowing that India is such a hot spot for chess, I think that would grow chess, you know, even more. And you know, in the subtle sort of self-serving thing that I can think of now is that, you know, if chess grows, I still keep hoping that Shogi is gonna ride those coattails a bit. So like the bigger chess is, as far as I'm concerned, maybe Shogi will get a little bit of rising tide with that. I don't know. Anyway, so Prague, I liked Gukesh and I was cheering for him, but I think in my mind I never thought he could do it because he's not consistent enough, and I just didn't think he was good enough. You know, obviously, I'm not a good player. I can't evaluate, but anyway, my thinking before the tournament again was that Fabi would be the most deserving. You know, I really dislike some of Fabi's takes on the C-Squared podcast. So where I would have been a bigger Fabi fan in the past, based on some of the things he said on C-Squared, I'm just not as big a fan anymore. And so I wouldn't want him. I mean, I would want him as a world champion because he is the second best player besides Magnus, I think, or thought until this Nepo match where he choked. I don't like he'll admit it the same. Like I don't know, you know, I know everyone chokes, but like sometimes that's just what separates the champions from the greats. And he just choked. He is never like I kind of feel for, you know, he's in a great spot and he's a great chess player, better than I'll ever be at I'll say better than at anything. But like it wouldn't surprise me like if he just never recovers from that. I don't know how you recover from that. Just like Nepo may never recover from I'll call it choking against Ding. I think he choked. I think he choked at the end. He had it. He just choked. So anyway, but then so that was who I was cheering for. You know, I did not want Abbasov to win just because that would have been no legitimacy. I love Vidit. I was cheering for Vidit, but like in the end, like that doesn't feel legitimate. Just like it wouldn't feel legitimate for Gukesh to win. It wouldn't quite feel legitimate for Alireza to win. But maybe if he won the candidates, maybe that would have been the sign that he is taking chess seriously and he is the real deal instead of just sort of the flash in the pan, you know, big prodigy. I don't know. I'm talking a lot about chess and I don't even know how we got on this topic, but anyway, yeah, I was cheering for Prague. I really wanted Prague as far as the youngsters. And yeah, Ding doesn't even care about chess anymore. That's why I am so down on Ding and so down on him. I can't be a fan of his. He just you've got to have a champion who loves the game. You've got to. And so seeing Nepo up there playing his heart out, it kills me. It kills me that he didn't win last time, and it kills me that he didn't win this time. Even though I wasn't even a fan of his, and I was cheering for Ding in the champion, you know, last time. But Ding didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve to be in the candidates. He didn't deserve to be in the World Championship game. Like he didn't qualify for the candidates, and he didn't qualify for the World Championship match. He fell into both of them. It was a joke. I mean, it's life. Why are you not 100% fair? Life. Yeah. The Fussex Ferranto. Thank you so much for the chat. Welcome to the channel. I'm sorry that I'm getting to this so late. I am so slow once I get rambling and talking and just going off on some of these things. I love talking about all these topics, and so I'm very slow to get here. Toilet Gate was Topalov Kramnik. I'm seeing that now in the corner of my eye. Yes, thank you. Getting a half-point result game is always the most exciting, even if you're on the losing side. I think you're being sarcastic, but it could be exciting. In my life, I mean, I'm not a great player, but in my life, I've had incredibly stimulating draws, over the board in chess, where every move was just excruciating to make. And when reviewing the game, it was not perfect, but close to perfect game. And where I come out of that thinking, you know what? I played a great game, and my opponent played a great game. A draw is a fair result. We both played great. We'll beat each other up again next time. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. But again, that was not a tournament. That was just over the board, sort of club play. And anyway, but stalemate draw is a terrible rule. Yeah, I am not. So Fosex Ferranto, I am not going to unqualify. I am not going to 100% agree with you, because, like, I agree intuitively. I agree. And when I see that Xiangqi does not have stalemate as a draw rule, I am like, that is awesome. I love that. But I don't know enough about sort of the design of chess. Like, if I've heard people say that if you remove the stalemate rule, chess simply becomes a game of who gets the pawn advantage, and it just becomes boring. Like, you might take out all the beauty of a chess endgame by removing stalemate. I think that is my understanding of the position that has been sort of speculated about. And so if that is the case, then maybe chess has to have that stalemate. I don't know. So just keep in mind, I don't know anything, but I have heard that sort of, or at least I have heard what I interpret to be that justification for stalemate. That if you did not have stalemate in chess, the end game would just disappear, and it would be a game of whoever has the pawn majority, or that kind of thing, or the extra pawn. And then to transport, the chess variant is one with no checkmate stalemate. You take the opponent's king. Yeah, I mean, that would be at some point. It would just. I wonder if it would just become early resigns. Like, once the person gets up a pawn, you might be like, he's up a pawn, and I can't equalize. So I'm just going to resign. And so I wonder, all those beautiful tense draws that we had in the candidates. Like, and I say that with zero sarcasm. Like, there were some beautiful games, incredibly tense games where players are making only moves to survive or whatever. Like, I think that's a beauty of chess. That might all just go away if stalemate is gone. Like, right? I don't know. When I'm asking you, because there are better chess players than I here. King of the Hill. I have not played King of the Hill. That's funny. Try rule win conditions. Checkmate the enemy. Checkmate with. Start again. Try rule win conditions. Checkmate the enemy king. Win on time, or steal the enemy's throne. What is? Yeah. It's good. Learning balance. I feel like everyone I've asked has not heard of Fuji Sota. Yeah, this is. Oh, you're taking me now into a different category. The JSA and the way that they have popularized or not popularized shogi in the West is just so frustrating. So frustrating to me. The world is bigger than Fuji. Sorry to break it to you, JSA. I know he's got all your titles, but the world is bigger than one person. And yeah, chess focuses on Magnus, but you know what? Well, I mean, chess also has Hikaru, and it has Eric Rosen, and it has John Bartholomew. But anyway, Magnus Carlsen was a brilliant champion. Just compelling. He loves the game. He's playing with people in pubs. He's a great spokesman for the game. Fuji is just... I know it's different cultures, so it's stupid for me to be saying things and applying my culture or my personal views on what is interesting to another culture. It's stupid of me to do that. But like, as far as chess is the one that's growing around the world, shogi is not. Both chess and shogi had the benefit of a worldwide pandemic or a worldwide lockdown, whether or not you want to call it pandemic or whatever you want to call it. The worldwide lockdown, the chess world took the ball and ran with it and is still running. They're still running and growing the game since lockdown. The shogi world did nothing. The shogi world was like, what's going on? Why don't people like shogi? Oh, maybe I'm still getting my newspaper bucks. And, it's just very disappointing to me as someone who loves this game so much. I love this game so much, and I love playing this game with new people. And the JSA just doesn't... I don't know. I'm going to learn Japanese. I'm going to go over to Japan, and I'm going to make my case to the JSA. Let's grow the game. Let's grow the game in the West. They're going to ignore me. Then they're going to laugh at my Japanese, and then they're going to laugh at my shogi, and then they're going to say Josu or whatever. They're going to praise me very sarcastically, but I won't be sure if it's sarcasm. And then I'll fly home, and then nothing will change. JSA will still be making videos of Fuji, of Fuji driving a train, playing with balloons, cutting a cake. It's like, what's Fuji doing today? Oh, he's at a school. Walking in his kimono or his suit, putting down a pawn and maybe doing a little bit of a simul in the most bland possible way ever. No one's laughing. See, that's the thing. That's the thing that drives me crazy. Now that I've been to the Los Angeles Shogi, the United States Shogi Championship, I've talked about this before, so apologize for the people who have heard this, but Yamaguchi Sensei was there, and the excitement that she had was off the charts. People were so excited to be playing her. People were laughing. People were talking. People were enjoying and loving shogi. Kids were learning. Kids were joking. I cannot. She is an absolute machine of shogi and enthusiasm. Can't stop, won't stop. From the moment that this casual night, the registration night that went for hours in the cafeteria of the hotel that everyone stayed in, she went from beginning till hours later, I think with one bathroom break. I think I saw her go to one bathroom break, playing simuls, playing single games. She played this year's champion and the top player in New York, who was I believe a former runner-up. She played a simul against both of them, beat them both. While smiling and laughing and bringing out the joy of the game in people. And I see this and I'm thinking like, if only other people could see this, like how great would this be? And I know like they promoted her, made her head of this NHK program, Shogi Focus, but it's the couple episodes, obviously I don't speak Japanese. I'm watching these things. They seem very reserved. They don't seem all that fun. She's not, some dude is talking. I don't know. It was so disappointing to see their coverage of our tournament. I was stunned at how freaking boring they made this tournament look when it was without exaggeration, in my long life, one of the greatest weekends of my life was this tournament. It was so great, and this I don't know. I'm rambling. I sorry. Apologies to people who've heard this before, but so frustrating because this game is crazy. It is exciting. It's mind-blowing. I have to believe that these pros have personality. I have to believe, and I culturally, I know how things are a little more reserved and yada da da. But like, I don't know. It feels like the shogi world had a chance to grow the game, but the question is, do they want to grow the game? I mean, that is the question. Do they even want to grow the game? Do they just want it to be a bunch of oji-sans or the bunch of grandpas playing and smoking and buying newspapers? Like I don't know. I'm not making fun. I am asking. That's legitimate. I don't know, but I see what the chess world is doing, and the chess world is worldwide. It is a true chess world. It's a worldwide game. Everyone plays it. Everyone loves it. The world champion is from China. The ladies world champion is from China, and it's not even the biggest game in China, but it's popular enough that the Chinese can win championships. The previous champion was from Norway. Previous champion. We've had champions from the United States. We've had champions from the Soviet Union. It's just worldwide. The South America. The worldwide game. And I think shogi could be that. I definitely think. Maybe not as big, but maybe not as big as Xiangqi. Maybe not as big as chess. But like, it's a great game. Really. I don't know what else to say. You were surprised that Ho Yifan quit chess because she couldn't make a living from it. That's interesting. So there's a lot running through my mind. There's a lot going on there. Like the chess world, like she wasn't top 10. She wasn't top 10. So she wasn't top 10. She was good. She's a good player, a very good player. She's not top 10. I don't know what I think about that. I don't know. I do think that the chess world surprisingly cannot support a large number of tournament players, which is kind of unfortunate compared to shogi, where the JSA lightly supports these people, so at least they can sort of scrape by a bit playing shogi. But like, I guess these other chess players, they coach. But now, like, it's not Ho Yifan's fault. It's not her. I mean, well, it sort of is her fault, but like, it's not her fault she's boring. It's like, no one's gonna watch her. No one's gonna watch her commentate. No one's gonna watch her stream because she's not Hikaru. She's not John Bartholomew. She's not. The world of chess has changed a bit, I guess. You sort of like, you can be a top player like Fabi, but you can also be an entertainer. And I think that's a good place for the sport to be in, where you don't necessarily have to be a top grinding tournament player to make a success out of it. I don't know. I don't know what I think about that because it's not my world. It's not my world. I don't know enough about it, and I'm never going to be a top player. I just know that Ho Yifan's an incredible player, but she's not a top player, and she's not very interesting. To this Western, English speaker. Take that as you will. For the half point result earlier, you mentioned Go. Yeah. Let me go back to that. Oh yeah, yeah. Those games are tight, but again, for me, like who didn't count very well, like those games that end up half point, like they could have been 10.5 points, and I wouldn't have known. I am my Go game. I'm just trying to play the best moves. I'm just trying to play the best moves I can. That I wasn't good enough to count, to know who is going to win. I'm just making the best moves I can. And if the opponent feels sort of upset at me because I don't resign when I'm 10 points down in Yosei, I'm sorry. It really, that's it for me. Play better players. It would be my response to them. Play better players, because I just, that's it. Let's go. A lot of draws that rely. There are a lot of endgame draws that rely on stalemate threats. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like so removing stalemate in chess might just ruin the game. I've heard that argument. I don't know if it's true. Transport. Yeah, nobody is promoting shogi to the Western world. Nobody in Japan, anyway. I know that there are people in Europe that are trying their best, and the FISA is nice. Obviously we have the only Western shogi pro who has ever lived running this amazing Discord. So I call that promotion. She did her stream. She didn't have many viewers. I don't think she did her stream. I don't think as great as they were. I don't think they were made for success the way, the people hadn't shown the way at that time, but like, I think what succeeds in the streaming world these days, what do I know? But like, what seems in the chess world to succeed: regularity, playing, playing, explaining your moves, playing, and being regular about it. Like Hikaru, he streams, he's always streaming and he's always playing. I think the Western shogi world needs someone who's playing and just bringing the love of the game to people. And here I am, I am now, I think, an hour and a half since I last played a game, and I've just been talking. And apologies for that. I know some people like it. So I'm not going to apologize to the people that like the talk and like the discussion. But one thing I had said, when I started streaming back in December, I said, like, I am going to be the kind of streamer that just plays. I'm not good. So my reach will always be limited by the fact that good players will not get as much out of it maybe as lower level players. I think there's enjoyment to be had by watching players that are worse than you. There's enjoyment and educational material. Like if you engage your brain in any game, I have to believe that you're going to be improving. You're thinking about the game. You're just because the person you're watching is a bumbling idiot like me, that doesn't mean that you can't learn from it. So I think there's some aspect to that. But like, if I was 3-dan, I think my streams would be much more compelling. So I wanted to be I wanted to put my money where my mouth is, where I thought shogi needs more streamers that play. So that was going to be what I did, and I think I have done. I play a ton, I stream a ton, and I think I'm going to be streaming a lot more. But that's the thing, is like, some old dad is not. I am not going to move the needle. I'm going to try, but like, some old dad is realistically is not going to move the needle for bringing shogi to the West. I'll do my best. And my hope really is that that other people see this and like, oh, I can do better than that clown, and then they do better, and then I have more stuff to watch. Like it's sort of unfortunate. It's unfortunate that what I have to watch Manao to watch like stuff. So I'm watching Manao with automated translation. The best English content right now that I have to learn from is Todovsky's content. His Shogi Wars streams, and Todovsky isn't doing it every day, and and still using the free plan on Shogi Wars. So it's you're only getting 3 games, which is all I played today, I guess. But yeah, like right now, the Todovsky's holding down the fort for higher level play, regular higher level shogi play, and I'm grateful for that. But it'd be nice to have more, and it'd be nice, I personally, I'd be happy if it was me, if I could do it. So I'm trying, I'm trying. All I can say is I'm trying. Let's see. And Transport, you said, well, aside from this streamer, yeah, thank you. I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't know. I'm so lame that I don't know. That was mostly because of chess.com though, not FIDE. Which one? For yes. Yeah. So FIDE didn't, FIDE, if anything, hurt the growth of chess. Like FIDE was like the JSA, where they're just kind of bumbling around and sort of clueless. That said, I mean, even if it's shady sponsors, at least FIDE did get sponsors, and FIDE runs these great tournaments. They run the World Rapid and Blitz. Highlight on my calendar every year, World Rapid and Blitz. I love the candidates. I love the World Cup. I love the World Championship. I don't want to give FIDE too much credit for that, but credit where credit is due. But yeah, they did nothing. They did nothing during the pandemic to make it more popular and possibly hurt the popularity growth. But it was chess.com. It was this Hikaru Naka. I was going to say Hikaru no Go. It was Hikaru Nakamura. It was Chessable. It was just, it snowballed. That's the thing, is that once you get excitement going, it snowballs. Queen's Gambit and just athletes started playing, and Pog Champs. Yeah, that's chess.com. But all this stuff started happening, and I'm hoping maybe in Shogi some point we'll get some sort of something to cause this snowball. I don't know. I don't know, but I am invigorated by that idea that I mentioned earlier in the stream, which many of you may not have heard. That I sort of think of the kanji on the pieces as this limiting factor in promoting the game, but I am now open to this idea that it's actually easier to learn shogi for kids than it is for chess, because the chess pieces are big and the shogi pieces are small. And they're sized based on the piece. Like this guy was telling me, like he was not even joking. He was saying about how much easier it is to learn shogi, because the pieces are shaped, are sized smaller, and they're sized based on, their value. And chess pieces are just big, he said. But I think it's just it's just reinforcement of that idea that what you know is kind of what you think is easy. And but anyway, I'm going to take that argument in the best possible sense of meaning that like shogi is going to be easy to teach. The silver and gold people still mess up. This person did today. Let's see. The only reason a lot of them know about it is because you brought your set. Oh yes. Yeah. But I mean, that's one way. That's one way to start. I go to me. It's despite the fact that I came to shogi basically through Go. Despite this fact, I think the Go world is the worst possible audience for shogi people. I think it's I think Go people love their game. It's a different game than shogi, and I don't know. It just seems like they're not interested. Chess players, where intuitively I would have thought that chess players would not be into shogi, just because chess is a great game and on its own, and shogi is close enough to chess. Why not just play chess? Especially since chess is growing and you can play chess tournaments anywhere. Yet it seems like we have a lot of people coming into shogi from chess. And so my intuitive sense of that I think is wrong. That chess players seem to be a good market for shogi players. And they come in and they're good immediately, and then they beat me, and then I go home and I cry, and then I regret ever having talked about shogi to chess players. But it's an interesting discussion. FIDE and US JSA hired Shogi Harbor to promote shogi to the West. I don't know much about that detail. I don't know much about that detail. I can't comment on that because I didn't know that. I didn't know much about that. But clearly, now it's not her full-time thing, and she was struggling to be a player. And some people are players, some people are promoters, some people can do both, some people are whatever. That might not be what she loves. That might not be what she is. I don't know. All I know is that she's great. She's great, and she's always been so kind. And she runs a great Discord, and her users and followers adore her. Myself included. She's fantastic, and I'm amazed. Like, her story, as I've said before on stream, is just so inspiring. The only Western the only Westerner to become a shogi pro, and starting at an old age, starting at an older age, as a teenager, a middle to late teenager, I think, and just improving. It's a wonderful story, and it's amazing to me that this story is not told more. But I find that as a failing in JSA. Like, that story should be etched in the mind. There should be a mini series about it. There should be a Netflix series about Carolina. There should be, but there's not. Or there should be a documentary, a big document like the AlphaGo documentary. There should be a documentary about Carolina. Like, especially in 2024, this is prime. This is important stuff. This is frustrating. The thing is, my kids were saying today that maybe get Mr. Beast to, because we walked, we were driving. I was driving my daughter back to school, and we saw a license plate. The license plate, it was a BMW M4 with tinted out windows, and the license plate was Beast Mr. And we're like, oh, is that Mr. Beast's car? Probably not, because I think he's in SoCal. But anyway, it's like, oh, I bet if Mr. Beast streamed shogi, he could probably get 30 to 40 viewers consistently. He'd be a huge shogi streamer. Mr. Beast could probably get 30 to 40 concurrent viewers in shogi. That's how big of a reach and how big he is, that he might be able to get 30 people to watch shogi. But anyway, she's still employed by Jay. I didn't know that, because I know she's spending time, she's raising her son. Not saying JSA is doing well, but it would be more like if Shogi Wars started streaming Twitch and paid. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Why isn't Shogi Wars doing more? Shogi Wars, they're just sitting on their laurels. They're sitting on their laurels. Maybe they're content to make their $8.50 from people like me who want their voices. It's they don't fix their software. They don't improve their software. They don't make it. They don't modernize their software. Like, make a web view, like make a better web app or what. There's so much they could be doing. They're just to me, it feels like they're just resting on their laurels. They're happy with what they have. They don't care if they get any more. That's what it feels like to me. Chess.com, and even like Lee Chess, not in the business sense, but it's clear. They are not content to just sit back and say, okay, we've got a good number of users. We're happy. We're done. Lee Chess doesn't do that. They're continuing to improve everything. Chess.com is obviously not doing that. They're throwing money at the game, throwing resources at it. Some would argue to a fault, but like, Heroes is doing, as far as I can tell, Heroes is doing squat. And yeah, I use their software, and yeah, I like it in its quirky way, but it would be nice. No joke now. As much as I love Shogi Wars, it would be nice to love Shogi Wars more for its quality rather than its quirks and its character. Like, retain the character, but improve the quality. But like, now it's kind of like, I love it because it's quirky. But like, that's not going to grow the game. You're not going to get serious people. Like, what is the quote? What is the quote from Succession? These are not serious people. That's like, when I think about heroes, in Shogi Wars, I think these are not serious people. They're just doing what they do. And maybe that's not fair, and maybe it's terrible to say it, but I wanted to make a Succession quote just because I love the theme music so much. Yeah, the JSA promotes by sponsoring people like Kagawa, Itoshingo, Muranaka. Yeah, they do, but they don't stream enough. Like even Manao. I mean, obviously she's a tournament player, but at some point someone like Manao, they have to decide what am I going to be when I grow up, kind of thing. What am I going to be? Am I still going to hold out hope that I'm a top level tournament player, or am I going to also grow the game and be a streamer? Like Hikaru Nakamura has shown some of these players have shown the way. Like these international masters in chess, like they are like Eric Rosen, John Bartholomew. I can go down the list of these players who are making a living at chess, making a good living at chess, and continuing to grow the game, growing their following, growing their reach. Meanwhile, Manao seems to be the best positioned player right now because she's got a big, she's got 200,000 followers on YouTube. She's, I think, probably the most popular streamer on YouTube. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But like she barely streams. She barely plays. I don't know if she's holding on to the idea of being a titled player or of being like a top player, but you know what? I love her streams. I love the way she plays, but let's be real. She's not beating Nishiyama. She's not beating Fukuma. She's not going to. So like, I don't know. I'm telling this legend what to do, which is idiotic, But that's just how I see it. That's how I see it. Like if people want to grow the game, or even selfishly want to grow their own bottom line, like it seems to me like Manao is making catastrophic business related blunders. Every day that she's not streaming, and every day that when she streams, she only streams an hour and a half or 2 hours, and every moment that she's doing something other than like I don't know what else they do, like some sort of promotional stuff. Maybe they have it in contract by the JSA. I don't know, but like every moment that she's not growing that channel, she's burning time. As far as this idiot is concerned, it's like she has a following. Why not grow this? Get 1 million followers. I'm in the most loving way possible. I'm saying like, court jesters and clowns like Levy Rosman are making a fortune in chess. Why doesn't she do it? She's better. Like, come on. Jack-o'-lantern, from Discord has translated one of Yamaguchi Sensei's videos. That seems to have slowed down a bit, and maybe it's a communication issue, or maybe she's busy with other things. But like Yamaguchi Sensei, you could be the John Bartholomew of shogi. Like you have a great translator at your beck and call. She could probably call up Jack-o'-lantern and just like make him dance. I am saying this in the most loving way possible. Since I've met him and talked to him and I really like him. I'm gonna joke, but like she could just dance him like a puppet. because we in the West are so starved for the chance to grow the game in the West that she'll say how what's it called? She'll tell him to jump and he'll ask how high. Really, like, what a team that could be. If she doesn't speak English, she doesn't, because I asked her, just to retell this story, and I did this both with both her and Nishiyama, because at the tournament, they're both just kind of like standing alone in the back early on. And at both times I saw each of them standing alone, I went up and talked to them and then asked, like, I asked in the most broken Japanese ever, do you speak English, or do you understand English? And Nishiyama Sensei, or Nishiyama 3 Crowns, said no. She giggled and said no. And Yamaguchi Sensei said, giggled and said, you're choto or whatever, and I just told her, thank you. It just that how great she is with kids, because this was after that night. So anyway, they don't really speak English, unfortunately, but they have this great translator who loves the game and would love to grow the community. And so every moment that Yamaguchi Sensei is spending not making videos, I feel like is a waste. Maybe they're paying her a decent living to do NHK, Shogi Focus. I don't know, but like she could be the John Bartholomew of Shogi. She could be the Eric Rosen of Shogi. Play, do climbing the rating ladders, do explanation, just do all this stuff that the chess people have shown the way. They have drawn the path. They've drawn the path in the ground and said, here's you on the beginning of the road. Here are dollars on the other end of the road. Just walk. Just follow us. And the shogi people are like, so desu ne. And they're not doing it. So maybe not everything has to be about dollars, but let's just say it's about growing the game. Anyway, I'm talking so much and I see chat going. Playing simul's hard, even to notice when your opponent made a move. Funny thing happened today where it was the opponent's move, and I think he just sort of started dazing off, and he's like, after like 5 minutes, a couple minutes of waiting, he's like, is it my move? And I'm like, yeah, it's when that happens, I sort of start to the thing that I do, which almost never works, but when it looks like the opponent may have forgotten that it's their move, I just sort of, I start looking a little distracted. I start looking around and just like I'll just act a little distracted, like I'll try to show that I'm not thinking. It's like this weird dance of me trying to show that it's not my move without just saying, it's your move, right? Kind of thing. But anyway, fun times. Over the board is so fun, even in those weird situations. Yeah. Western Shogi seems to be all but dead. But yeah, well, Caroline is not in her cubicle. Yeah, she's at home, raising her son. One other thing with the JSA is they always have former players to be head of JSA. Yeah, we've talked about that on stream. And to me, it seems like a terrible conflict of interest. Like I said, and maybe everyone is just of such impeccable caliber of person, and even like the subtle abuses of power, which may not be intentional abuses, I think are still there. I think it's terrible. I think you need people dedicated to this stuff. But like, the question is, does the JSA want to grow the game? And if the answer is no, they like it exactly how it is, then I salute. That's their call. It's their game. It's their call. Maybe it's up to us to do it on our own. And I don't know. I don't know. It seems to me as an onlooker from the outside that the JSA doesn't want to grow the game. That they're just clawing on to their newspaper dollars to keep them going at the current state, and they're just going to hope that it never ends, that the world never changes. And I think they're in for a rude awakening. But what do I know? I'm just now I could say now I'm just a former programmer. I'm just a full-time shogi streamer. That's all. I don't know anything. Let's see. It's possible the next generation will be different because you have people, Fujimori, and Nakamura. Fujimori, Nakamura, obviously not Hikaru Nakamura. Nakamura 7 dan, or is he 8 dan now? I can't remember. And then the strong amateur that he streams with, can't remember his name. His sister is a pro. Hajime. They're okay. I think their content is terrible. Now the hottest of takes, which is it's a hot take in the stupidest way, because I'm judging something I don't understand. I think their content is terrible. I hate gimmicks. I hate gimmick shogi. I hate it. It's like Hikaru Nakamura, John Bartholomew, Eric Rosen, the guy whose logo is a knight, the National Master. Oh my gosh, he's an old school streamer who streams on Lichess, and he's great, and he's got a learning series. I can't remember. I can't remember his name now. Anyway, these guys aren't playing gimmicks. They're not setting up their board and turning the pawns upside down and trying to play with weirdo rules. They're playing chess. They're playing chess because chess is a great game, and you don't need to make gimmicks to make chess fun. Like, it is. I've said this in the past. It was a real question to me, a real concern for me of deciding, like, do I want to focus on shogi? Do I want to focus on a game when the best players hate the game so much that they don't even want to play it on stream? It's like, is shogi so boring to you, Nakamura and Hajime, that you have to play with all tokens? Is shogi so boring to you that you have to play with, like, rearranged positions? Like, it is almost an honest question. Like, what is wrong with shogi? What is wrong with shogi? Why not play shogi? Why are you playing these dumb gimmick games? Again, this could just be cultural. It's just cultural. Maybe everything can just be chalked up to cultural differences, and I will just never get it, and that's fine. But, like, arrogant me is thinking, all right, well, you're never growing your stream. You're never growing shogi. You're never gonna make those Levy Rosman bucks. You're never gonna make those Levy Rosman bucks playing fake shogi with all tokens and swapped golds and silvers and whatever random gimmick you can think up with. What can I say? I'm just an old American. I don't know, but, like, again, I seriously ask, what is so boring about shogi that you won't stream it every day? Like, it does not compute. It literally does not compute. Because clearly they're not doing well, because their channels do not have that many followers. Like, their channels don't have that many subs. Relative to even a medium chess person. So it's like, maybe they think they're getting viewers by all these gimmicks, and clearly they're putting time in editing, doing, in post and making some cool editing on their streams, but, like, doesn't seem to be growing their channel. It doesn't seem to be growing shogi, and maybe they're doing it for fun, let off steam. I don't know, but you know what? Nakamura, I love you, man, but you're not going to beat Fuji. You're not. At this point, Fuji has kind of ruined the game. You're not. If your hopes are to become the next Meijin, sorry. I don't know. Maybe that's simplifying things too much, and maybe it's too hot takes. And like I said, I am almost not responsible for anything I'm saying because I am exhausted. I am exhausted from lack of sleep, lots of driving, tons of shogi. So my brain is not calculating, and maybe it's saying a lot of stupid things. But those are sort of my off the cuff hot takes on all that. Ho Yifan, so we're going back to Ho. Yeah, the strongest female player in the world for like 10 years, but chess doesn't have, they don't make money. Like, you know, the chess right now, like shogi, just like tennis and shogi, it's great that the women make, you know, can have enough of a following to make these financially viable. For whatever reason, maybe it's for lack of effort, maybe it's because of FIDE, maybe it's because of just not finding the right promoters or the right organizers, but the female game has never been financially, it seems from what I have heard and from what I have read, that it just has never been financially viable in chess. And just like, I mean, the men's game is not financially viable in chess, except for the very top of the top. So, you know, Ho Yifan, who is, what was she? Was she even top 100 in the world? I don't know. She's just not going to do well. She's just not going to financially do well. That's just how it is. And you know, people who are not the best in chess, they have another path, and that's content creation, and it's commentary, and it's promotion, and they're in coaching. And you know, if you don't like that stuff, that's just the way it is in chess. It seems to me. Just that's it. But like, there's something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about chess that way. But like, what's her name? What's her name? Apologies. Polgar, Judith Polgar. She was a top 10 player in the world, and she succeeded as a tournament player. Because why? Because she's one of the best players in the world. You know, and it's like not to cut it too sharp or whatever, but like Ho Yifan, if you want to be the best, if you want to be a financially viable tournament player, okay, get good. I mean, I'm an idiot to say that, but like, that seems to be the reality of chess. Get good or get content, you know, kind of thing nowadays. Obviously that wasn't available to her in the past. But yeah, Judith never played in because she's too good. And oh man, Judith, I don't, if any of you like chess, and like tactical aggressive chess, oh my god, Judith Polgar's games are so, like, I don't, you know, there are levels of subtlety that I cannot get in chess because I'm not good enough. But there are some players who sort of transcend that, and like, even I see the beauty in these games. She's one of them. She is. Her games, at least the ones that have been shared with me, or you know, that I've managed to stumble across, they're just something. In a way, like, people talk about Tal as you know, the beautiful games, Tal and Daniel Dubov, you know, as making these beautiful games, and for me, at my level, I don't know what makes it this way, but like, her games to me have been maybe some of my favorite. Maybe, like, honestly, maybe my favorite. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is, and it's not like because of bias, because I saw these games kind of before I even knew anything about chess, or before I knew about any of the chess history. So anyway, Muranaka should collab with Nakamura. You mean you mean Shogi Nakamura? Is it Tetsu? It's not Tetsuya. It's he. I can't remember his name. I can't remember his given name. Taichi. Yes. Yeah. 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 That's how I've been interpreting it. That it's Nakamura 7, I think 7 down or 8 down. Yeah. Sunday nights are great for shooting the deuce. This was not the intent. I was going to play and then go to sleep. I can't believe it's 9 o'clock. I can't believe I have been talking now for 2 hours, for over 2 hours. When I said, I think I've been talking now for over 2 hours since I said I was going to stop and go to sleep. Oh yeah, because it was 6:40. Yeah, it was 6:40 on the clock. I thought it was 8 o'clock, and it was actually 6:40. Learning balance. I don't understand why people insist on their opponents resigning, even if both players know they're going to lose. If you're playing to improve, they're still interested. Oh, I agree with you. You know, I try to be respectful when I'm the person losing, but I will generally want to play it out. Like, I'll say this again. Like, this is something I probably sound like a broken record, but like, if I cannot read the mate, then I am not going to resign. Unless I'm in a situation where they have all the pieces and I have zero counterplay, like, and I just don't even know what, like, I know the mate is coming, and that one, it rarely happens, not because I'm good, but you know, I'll resign. But otherwise, if I cannot read the mate against me, I will not resign. I'm going to keep playing through. I'm going to keep trying to defend, because I know, you know, I have lost, as people on this channel can attest to, I have lost plenty of games where I am the 99% favorite on, you know, according to Shogi Wars, according to the engine, there might even be mate on the board, and I lose it. And in a lot of those games, when I lose it in the most catastrophic ways, where, you know, a lot of times, like, I am finding the only move that will make me lose, and I'm finding them sometimes twice in a row. Like, I am finding some of the most terrible moves, especially in time pressure. That, you know what, I'll make if I can't read it, and sometimes even if I can read a longer mate, I'll make my opponent mate me. You know, show me that you know what you're doing. Why not? It's fun. Like as far as I'm concerned, it's fun to make a mate in 7. I like, in these games when I read the mate in 7, I'm kind of disappointed when the opponent resigns, because I want to make it. It's for me, it's fun. So, you know, I give my opportunity. Like sometimes I'll say that too. Sometimes, like in a casual, I'll say, I'll give you the satisfaction. Like, I'll let you mate me, because it's fun. This is a fun game. Checkmates are fun. Why would I want someone to resign when I get the fun of a checkmate? Like, why? Like, and if I'm so upset that my opponent is not resigning, maybe that means I'm not actually reading the mate, and then I'm a little worried that, like, yeah, I know I'm in a winning position, but maybe I don't see it. So I'm hoping that my opponent will resign. Like really, like, what if you believe so much in your position that you're upset that your opponent is not going to resign, just finish it. Just finish it. Just bury your opponent. Bury your opponent so fast and so mercilessly that they will fear you. Like really, like if you're mad that someone isn't resigning, bury them. And show them like the usual suspects. Show them what a will really is. You know, when Kaiser Soze, you know, the origin story of Kaiser Soze. Yeah, show them your inner Kaiser Soze, and make it fun. Shogi Yoshi, you say if Hikaru did a few Shogi episodes, there would be 1,000 new players in the West within a week. This goes along the lines of my Mr. Beast question. Yeah, like it's possible we'd get more Shogi players. Yeah, I bet Hikaru Nakamura, if he streamed Shogi, he could probably get 30 to 40 concurrent viewers. I definitely 30 to 40, maybe even 45 for all I know. Maybe 50 if a Go streamer raids him. But yeah, he could do well. He would be the number one Shogi streamer of all time. You know, with 40 concurrent viewers. You think Carolina will be back when her child is older and sleeps through the night? I don't know. I don't know her. I love everything she has done for the shogi world, and I am in such admiration of her career. But it sure doesn't sound like it to me. It sure doesn't. It does not sound like that is in the plans. Maybe it is, but it sure does not sound like that to me. Transport says, I doubt it. You might be. I don't know if you're responding to that same statement. You might be, but I'm not sure. I would love to. I don't want to put pressure on anyone. I know what it's like to raise kids, and the difficulties there. So I wouldn't do that. But boy, I would love to see a Western shogi pro streaming shogi, making speed runs, doing climbing the rating ladder, owning noobs, kind of thing. Just beating up people on 81 Dojo, just a Hikaru Nakamura, kind of thing, or even an Eric Rosen. Like I said, an Eric Rosen. That's yeah. Okay, you convinced me to start streaming next weekend. Just put out a new video on YouTube. Oh, I Dream Show, you did? Awesome. You just put out a new video on YouTube now. Why Shogi Dad is an idiot. That's your first. It's just pure clickbait. It's just pure clickbait. Just raging about me. There's this idiot. He's a 3Q on Shogi Wars, and he streams, and he's been pontificating now for 2 hours on topics he doesn't understand. Transport. That's a long time. That's a long time. And let me tell you, 15 years, 14, 15 years, it goes by quickly, but like you're a different person. You are a different person after 14 years. Hikaru no Go seems to be the main reason why Go is big in the West. Almost everyone seems to have started watching that. Yeah, I didn't. I came to Hikaru no Go after I had started playing Go and love it. But that seems to be the case. But also, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it's not more popular even without Hikaru no Go. The games take a long time. I think the games take just like we think that the kanji on the pieces is a problem for shogi gaining traction. I think the game length is just, it's maybe an insurmountable. I don't want to say insurmountable because the game does okay. I don't want to say it does well. It does okay in China, Korea, and Japan, but the games take so long, and attention spans are getting smaller, not longer, and to a fault. I mean, this is not something I'm celebrating. This is just something I'm stating as if it's a fact. I don't know if it's a fact actually. It seems that way to me. An old man shaking his fist at the clouds. Kids these days. But it does seem like attention spans are getting smaller, and video games are getting more and more engaging. And so, the idea of sitting a couple hours or through I don't know what Go players are playing these days. What is it? 17 periods of Byoyomi now? Like, what is the standard? I cannot believe, based on this Starpoint podcast, I cannot believe people online are playing with 5 periods of Byoyomi. I cannot. I literally was like almost audibly double taking, like orally double taking. Like, what did he say? He said he plays 5 periods of Byoyomi online. Like, are you kidding me? Like what? like chess players think 15-10 is too long. Like, people are talking about how rapid games are too long. And some Go players are playing, a lot of Go players are playing with 5 Byoyomi periods of 30 seconds. Like, wow. More, a salute, more power to you. Incredible. Yeah, Shogi has some good animes. Nothing as far as I'm concerned, nothing on the level of Hikaru no Go. You know, nothing. Not in terms of quality. Like some of these anime and manga are great, so quality wise. But like, there's nothing which is just so focused on shogi. Well, I mean, Hachi One Diver is focused on shogi like Hikaru, not in the same way that might resonate with a lot of people. It's got a lot of adult sort of humor in it, and it's not about being. It's not the same sort of kid growing up. It's not that same universal story of kid growing up and the thing that people that have in their own lives of being a kid, growing up, having a ghost tell you what moves to make, stuff that we all can appreciate. You're from Philly, and several members of the 76ers are known to play chess together. Yeah. I mean, this is becoming like athletes playing chess on chess.com is becoming a thing. This League of Legends streamer, Tyler One, I don't know why people care so much about this guy, but like people are mesmerized by his rise in the chess ranks. Like I think he's around 1900 chess.com now, which is very high, which is very high as a non-cheater. It's very high. So, but still, like, who cares? Who cares about this guy? People love it. People love it. Yeah. Shogi, I think Shogi could be that way. I think it could be. To be totally honest, though, you think Shogi Wars is also responsible for killing Western popularity of Shogi? I will need to think about that. My knee jerk is that I disagree. My knee jerk is that my knee jerk response is that Shogi Wars is not doing a great job of improving popularity in the West. But on the whole, if there's the middle point, there's the middle point, and then there's doing harm, and on this other side there's doing good. I think from the middle point, they're closer to doing good than harm. Yeah, I think I think Kishin is stupid. Kishin is stupid. Yeah, it is stupid, and it's a little more disappointing to me now that like I had thought until I found that Shogi Wars FAQ that said that the opponent does not see Kishin. I used to be convinced that I've seen it. Maybe I just didn't. Maybe I imagined it. Or maybe it's when the screen turns purple and starts spinning around. Maybe I interpreted that as Kishin, but it's actually not. So the idea that the opponent now is doing Kishin and I don't know, that does bother me a bit. Because now it's become part of a meme now with me on stream where it's like when someone beats me and they're moving fast, now I'm just like, oh, it's Kishin. And I don't actually believe it, but I'm still saying it as an excuse. Yeah, I think there should not be Kishin. But on the whole, at least they've localized their app. At least it has good matchmaking. Like, at least it's a way to play games. Their matchmaking is not great. Kishin is bad. The localization is not great. They do a lot of annoying stuff. The application is antique in terms of functionality. It's poor at best, but at least it exists, and at least there's a way to play a lot of games. And so, as far as I'm concerned, that's better than nothing. And at least it's not like Shogi Quest, which is just ads. Like Shogi Quest, you can't even pay them to turn off those garbage ads. It's infuriating. Yeah. Making it fun is 94% of the point. Yeah, people need to see. So this is something I've been saying since I started streaming, that I believe if people see how fun a game is, if they see how engaged others are, they will ask what's that, and we'll capture some of these people. Like when I tell this story, I used to tell it more often, but like at the East Bay Shogi Club, every week at least one person would ask, what game is that? Because I think it's intriguing. You see these two people so obviously caring about this game, so obviously passionate about this game. Like my playing partner and I, the leader of the club, and I, we're playing these games and we're playing our heart out. And I think people can't help but be sort of entranced by it. And the example I always give is the one guy who sat down next to us and watched, and it was this exciting game where there was a king chase, and he said after, I didn't want to interrupt you, but what game is that? I don't know how those pieces move, but I can't remember the word he said, but I don't know how the pieces move, but I was entranced by your game. And it's like, yeah, I know Shogi is so exciting. It's so exciting. It's so exciting even if you don't know how the pieces move. Like, that's how exciting it is. And especially if you have people that sort of exude the excitement, like I think we give off a good vibe when we're playing, for whatever reason, just because we love it. Yeah, it's like, just get it in front of people, and I think it will. I think how you present things is important, and you can't just show. There is no reason why someone in the West would care about Fuji. There's no reason why anyone would be interested by Fuji. Because everything that is shown, hot take again, and I am saying this, not really believing it, and over dramatizing it, but like, there's nothing interesting about this man. As far as JSA presents, there is absolutely nothing interesting about him. He has a dead face. His face is dead. Like, he has no excitement in his face. It doesn't even look like he enjoys Shogi, like when he's playing it. He has a dead face. All of them almost do. They don't look like they love playing, and it's frustrating that like the thing that people care about, it seems like so much, is the food that they and yeah, this might have just become part of the culture of the game, and it's sort of become a universe on itself in terms of shogi production, but like, they make such a big deal about what lunch they ate or what tea they drank. It's like, come on. Are you telling me that shogi is just like the same criticism I have about those gimmick games that are being streamed? Are you telling me that shogi is such a boring game that you care more about what these pros ate than about the moves they made? Like, is that what you're telling me? That you should care about their food? I don't care what Fuji ate. I love Japanese food. I love Japanese food. I was talking about Kantaro, the Sweet Tooth Salaryman, at the beginning of the stream. I love Japanese entertainment. I love Japanese food. I love Japanese entertainment about food. But I don't need that when I'm watching shogi. I don't need to watching, it's like, come on. Like, the way that the JSA presents this stuff will appeal to I think, the most minute sliver of Western viewers. And those Western viewers are people that already try to understand. It's like, they have, the cultural, like, I'm not going to use the slang term or whatever, but like, there's the people who are already interested in Japanese culture and will like whatever Japanese culture is being fed to them. They'll accept and like. That seems like to be the people that will like, the only types of people that will like this stuff, because they love Japanese culture and they love this stuff. It doesn't matter what it is. Also, come to think of it, the games are, we've talked about this. The games are too long. Adjournments, no. It's 2024. We have computers. No adjournments. Don't. I see what you did there, JSA. I see what you did there, Shogi World. No. It's 2024. It's time to grow up. You play a game all the way through, or you don't play it at all. Don't tell me that these people are perfect, pure paradigms of virtue, and that nobody is getting any assistance from engines or from nonverbal cues from people, either intentional or not. This is a competition. Make it a competition. Sorry. And yeah, and this is a cultural thing. This is just this Westerner. This is just this Westerner's perspective. But you know what? Now, just like I said, chess people have shown the road. Now, get rid of this stuff. This German stuff is no bueno. Get rid of that. Get rid of just it kills me. The Abema stuff, like these fast tournaments, awesome. The Abema tournament coverage and YouTube presentation of it, terrible. Like I don't know. They provide these YouTube videos of these chopped up matches that you can't even tell what's happening in these matches. They're so chopped up. I'm craved for these videos of these Fisher time control Abema tournaments with Satomi or Fukuma. Now Fukuma, she was Satomi then. Satomi and Nishiyama and Manao and all these players. It's like, I just want to see the games. I want to see the games. Don't chop it up. It's so weird. It's like one step forward, two steps back with a lot of this stuff. Okay, so pay to cheat. Yeah, Kishin. Yeah, I definitely. So I was on the pro to neutral Kishin side in the past when I thought that I would get notification that the opponent had used it, because then because I have let's see what I have here. I have 169. Nice. 169 of these Kishin stockpiled. So, my thinking was always, especially if it was on stream, if someone uses Kishin against me, I am going to unleash the dog, unleash the hounds, the dogs of war. I'm going to unload my entire arsenal of Kishin on this poor person and make them never Kishin me again. And it would make for great content. That was my plan. So I thought Kishin might be good because it would be fun on stream. And also I thought and it's this stuff I said, and I think I was wrong, but I said, well, it's okay because I know that they're doing it. It doesn't bother me as much because I can just laugh it off. But now, that Shogi Wars FAQ says that no, the opponent does not know when you use Kishin. Now it's sketch. Now it's very sketchy. Now it's no bueno. Now I don't love it because I can't unleash my arsenal on them. I can't just I can't turn it into content. I just don't know. So anyway, to a Western chess player seeing Kishin for the first time, it can make them uninstall the app. I guess. But that's the thing is if they don't know that it's happening to them, it's even worse. They just see themselves getting crushed. You suspect promotion of Shogi in the USA would benefit from creation of a US Shogi Association. I have to believe that's the case, but I am very hesitant to say that because the immediate answer is, well, fine, why don't you do it? And so I'm not willing to buck up and kind of do it myself. So I'm not going to criticize anyone else for not doing it because I'm not doing it. That's the thing. Also, like the AGA, the American Go Association. I was a member of them, even though I didn't play a tournament, kind of to support that. I like what they're doing. I hear that their members are not so happy with what they're doing. So maybe in the end, it seems like people in the US, me excluded, don't like the US Chess Federation. People in the US, me excluded, don't like the American Go Association. So it's yeah, maybe you can't please anybody. So I don't know. I don't know. At some point, it feels like the US Shogi Association, USA, if you will, would be nice to have. But if we don't have enough people to field good tournaments, then how much impact can they have? It's like, which comes first, the players or the association? I don't know. Literally, I do not know. So I am open to any thoughts because I'm just thinking about it. Sam Sloan is Sam Sloan's a character. Yeah, there was that U.S. Shogi Association. I know if you search for any of this stuff, I think still, I haven't searched for probably in a year or so about this. The only stuff you'll get is that scandal from like 10 or 15 years ago, where the Japanese, the Los Angeles players were kind of playing favorites and just kind of like, it sounded like a really sketchy tournament, deciding the ISF or whatever like it's not the way it was presented in these Google or in the news groups was just, there was some sketchy stuff going on. And Sam Sloan, I think, was part of it, just as a complainer, or someone else was like, I don't know. Chess people are weird enough. Chess people who also play shogi are kind of doubly weird. So anyway. And then, Shogi Yoshi, you're saying, would I be willing to start reviving? See, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying, that I'm not doing it, so I can't criticize anyone else for not doing it. I'm not good at that stuff. I'm not good at that organization and paperwork and patience to build something like that. I'm not good at it, and I don't know how. Like I said, at this point, I'm a nerd. I'm a programmer. I'm a programmer. I play a lot of sports. I did a lot of this stuff, but like I've never been an organizer. I've never been one of those people that organizes or does a good job at organizing. I'm a player. Is sort of how my mind thinks. So I don't know. That could change. It could definitely change. It definitely could. And I don't know. Who knows what the future will hold? But everything seems so delicate. Everything seems so delicate where like you don't want to offend the sensibilities of the expats, and you don't want to offend the sensibilities of people who have been in the community already for a while. And it's so tough. Nakamura was against streaming chess until he was approached by chess.com. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I know he didn't take it seriously. I do know Shogi, they control a lot of Shogi IP, and they have all the best players. I think JSA generally would be very happy and supportive of serious. I wonder, like, that's the thing, is maybe they would, or I just don't know. The fact that they sort, like, what I know of them is that, it sounded like a lot of work to get our Silicon Valley Shogi Club registered as an official JSA branch. Was there value in any of that work? I mean, I don't see it. Like I mean, unless it's pride, like, it's a source of pride, but like in the end, it doesn't get us any more players. It doesn't get us any more visibility. It doesn't give us any tournaments. It doesn't get us any pieces. It doesn't get us any equipment. I honestly don't know what it gets. Like there is some website that no one's going to come across organically on the JSA site that lists like their official branches. And it's like Silicon Valley Shogi Club, president name. Jack-O-Lantern's page is better. Like, at least it has links to our meetup. Yeah, I don't know what that gets us. And like, I'm not gonna just totally I'm poo-pooing it here, but like, yeah. I don't know what they're even trying to accomplish, but I do know also that at this past, this Cherry Blossom Festival that we did, our president of the club was working very hard to make banners and cards and material. And on those materials, he used in the official font or whatever, the JSA sort of name, and just the words JSA and the Japanese characters saying JSA. And he had to get every single change authorized by them. And it's like, I guess I sort of understand, but I guess I also sort of understand the idea, which he didn't have. Like, he just did it. My idea is kind of like, what? I'm trying to grow this game that you ostensibly care about, and you're just gonna like make my life more difficult. You're gonna make my difficult life more difficult, and you're not gonna give me anything for it. Like, what? I don't quite understand. But again, maybe it's just because I don't speak Japanese and I don't understand. Maybe there are subtle things that the JSA does that I don't know. That's why like I am starting to learn. I'm trying to learn Japanese. I would love to go over there. I would love to go talk to some JSA people about this stuff. I don't know. I would love to see what I can do to try to help if I could. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just an idiot. But yeah. Chess Brawl was the first strong. Yeah. Chess Brawls have. I didn't mention them earlier. I've mentioned them on previous streams when I talk about sort of the pioneers in the effort. Yeah, Kagawa is obviously fulfilling some kind of contract obligation. It sure seems like it. It sure seems like it. Where she's got a time. It's no more than 2 hours. It's usually about like an hour 45 to 2 hours, I think. And she plays her games and she talks, and that's it. It's every few days or whatever, and that's it. And I take it and I watch every single one. I'm watching them with auto translate. Because her game, she plays the type of stuff that I play. So I get a lot out of her stuff because she plays Central Rook a lot, and but like. It feels very much like an obligation where she doesn't seem to love it, even though she's got 200,000 subscribers. But like, again, it feels to me like she's just wasting time. It feels like she's wasting a great opportunity that she had. What do I know? She knows her game better than I ever will. But it sure seems to me like she's just squandering this opportunity. And if it is still to hold out some hope of becoming Meijin or something like that, I get it, but it feels sort of like a shame because she's not going to beat Nishiyama. She's not going to beat Fukuma. She's just not. Let's see. Shoyoshi, maybe after you retire, you consider doing something like that. You're not so good at the game yet, but it would be really fun to do something. I'm not good either, and I'm having a blast doing shogi and trying to do it, and maybe who knows who knows. Yeah, Yamaguchi stopped streaming shogi altogether. Yeah, and I don't know if it's because of all these JSA applications where she's got to commentate a game or like come to the United States Shogi Club or a Shogi Championship, or she's doing Shogi Focus, that segment on that NHK segment. But like, I don't know. I what do I know? What do I know? It just I don't know. She's great. She's compelling. But like, I don't know. The Lee Shogi dream is dead. Transport says, I'm not willing to say it's dead. Especially as, I pay my few bucks a month or whatever, as a supporter of it. And I love the site, and the study feature is so great. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like it's the same basic number players that it was a year ago, and it feels like it's the same basic players that were there a year ago. And it's nice to have that intimate feeling kind of a club where it's the same people that but at the same time, sometimes I just want to play random people. Just random new people like Shogi Wars. I want matchmaking. I don't want to challenge anyone. I don't want to be challenged by anyone. I just want to press the button and play. Yeah, the Lee Shogi developer, as grateful as I am to them, he's just He's not outspoken. He doesn't get out there. I don't even know if he plays shogi. Like, it's like it's a secret person. It's like a secret person. There's just no, it's not like Tebow from Lee Chess. It's just some person. He keeps the lights on, and I'm grateful. Obviously I'm grateful. I love Lee Shogi. I love it. Yeah, there are things I wish were better. Like the piece alignment. Anytime I mention gripes about Lee Shogi, I have to talk about the piece alignment. But, the piece alignment is one thing. But I was thinking over the weekend, like, man, at some point, once they get the Tsume Storm, like, I would love to stream Puzzle Race. Like like once we did the Lee Chess Puzzle Race on stream here, where we played the Lee Shogi or the Lee Chess feature. If Lee Shogi had Puzzle Stream or Puzzle Race with Tsume or Tsume Race, where some of us on stream here could battle each other, I think that would be a blast. I think that would be so fun. But they decided to spend time on Chu Shogi and Mini Shogi and all these other shogis that I just keep coming back to this. What's wrong with shogi? Why can't we just play shogi? Why does everyone have to have their own little pet game? Just play shogi. Maybe I'm just boring. Jerry. Yes, Jerry Chess Network. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. And I Dream of Shogi. The gimmick videos are some of the most popular videos. I understand that they're probably their most popular videos, but they don't do that well. Like, yeah, they're their most popular, but that's not saying much. That's not saying much if you compare them to even the smallest of chess YouTubers. So it's like, but also, is that saying that people don't want shogi content? Like, they just want gimmick content? They want jokes? They want memes? Do they not want chess? Like, are you not amused with chess or with shogi? It's like, Jerry doesn't have to get up there and start like throwing pawns out the window or making I don't. It hurts me. It hurts me. The biggest Japanese YouTube channels are the ones that add English subs and pander to Western audiences. That's not possible for shogi. I think that, yeah, I'm not going to say what, maybe off stream I'd say what I think about some of these the really popular Japanese YouTube channels in the West, but they're trying to sell something different than shogi. So you say it's not possible for shogi, but I think it is, because like Jack-o'-lantern translated one of Yamaguchi Sensei's videos because he talked to her, at the tournament, and he translated it, and he did a great. Well, I have to clarify that. I think he did a great job, but again, I don't know what actually she was, because I don't speak Japanese. I don't know what she was saying, so he might have been like just making stuff up. I don't think he did, because clearly he loves this, and he knows Japanese very well. So, but like, it was all readable. It all made sense. He did a great job on the first Yamaguchi video, but nothing has come since. Like, I think it's waiting on her. So, yeah. Anyway, and Ho Yifan was top 50. She was top 55. Okay, that's interesting to know. I didn't think it was top 100, but top 55. Either way, top 55 in the chess world is not enough to make money. Like. Man or woman, it's not enough. You can't live as a tournament player, at number 55. It's just the reality. It's yeah. From what I understand, from what the chess podcasts say, the strategy that might work. I drew a story. You think the strategy that might work is building English, or by starting with chess and trying to convert? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I'm almost thinking I had some daydream of like, if I stream Shang-Chi and maybe I get some sort of Chinese base, maybe I'll get them to come into Shogi, and we get Shogi the reverse way, so not from chess but from Shang-Chi. That's the thing, is that's why I hesitate to talk about Hou Yifan, because the things I'm saying, I don't even know if you're being serious or just sort of like ribbing me, but that she deserves more respect. Like, she has my utmost respect. Like anyone in the top, any grandmaster has my utter respect. But I am speaking just in terms of what I perceive to be the reality of the chess situation. Is that, if you're top 55 or you're top 100, that doesn't cut it. That doesn't cut it in that world. It just doesn't cut it in that world. So you need to be able to, if you want to make a living in chess, you need to find other avenues, be it coaching, be it streaming, be it commentating, a mixture of playing and I don't know, but like Judith, by virtue of being top 10, was able to do that. Anish Giri, by virtue of being top 10, is able to earn a living as a tournament player. He's also now making content. That's the thing. These chess players, these top chess players, they're now also expanding their approach. They're capable. Anish Giri, he's capable of earning a living, has been earning a living, raising a family on a chess tournament player salary. But you know what? He's also doing content and making money that way because he loves the game, and why not? That's I guess that's the thing, that times change, and maybe the era of just being able to be a tournament player, maybe that never existed, but like even now it's easier than ever. I'm regurgitating what some people have said on podcasts. It's easier than ever to make a living in chess if you're not top 10. And Hou Yifan, I guess unfortunately for her, was never top 10 and didn't do it at a time that was so open for outside stuff like content creation. I don't know. But again, I like she doesn't speak very well. So the reality of that is that it's not. I think that's a little that's tough. That you're not going to be as popular in the West. Especially making content and getting a following if you don't speak well. That's I mean, that's a reality of, I think, anywhere. You've got to. People can't latch on to you if you can't speak their language, kind of thing. So it's tough. It's 2 strikes against her. But anyway, remarkable player. You mainly learning balance. You play without a clock in some of these games like 2 hours. Yeah, like that's for some personalities that's fine. Just for a lot, I think that is not fine for a lot of people. It's just not. I think for a lot of people, that's just too long. It's just too long. And online games, I think especially, it seems like that's just too long. I know it used to be for me when I was playing Go Online. Like, I had to kind of buck up a bit, where it's like, I'm going to be in for an hour here. Do I have time? Do I have uninterrupted time? I'm going to be playing for an hour or more for this game. And, do I have the emotional spirit right now to do that? At Cupertino, we've sort of gently started using clocks at our Silicon Valley Shogi Club. So East Bay Shogi Club, we've been using clocks since the beginning, and I love it. San Francisco Shogi Club, we use clocks since the beginning, and I love it. Silicon Valley Shogi Club, where we had a lot of beginners early on, we have not been using clocks, but we started. We started at the library. One of the players that I played against, he brought his Tsuge pieces. I had my Kaya board, and he had his Citizen Meijin Sen DIT 50 clock. and we played with the SF time control, which is 540. I loved every second of it. I love playing with the clock, even if it makes me worse. Even if it makes me worse, I love it. Just love it. You know, it sets a tempo to the game. It sets a tempo. It removes that question of, am I thinking too much? Am I thinking too little? You know, you've got your clock, use it. The big problem with Shogi Wars, yeah, free accounts can only play 3 games. Yeah, you know, it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. You know, I think they are unwilling to take the slightest gamble. You know, they're unwilling. Like I said before, you know, they have their income. They are unwilling to make any tiny change that might impact that. So, like, sure, they might get a million more players if they let them play. And out of a million more players, you know, they might convert some people into premium players. But maybe their thinking is, oh, you know, if we increase that, then no one will be a premium player. Like, I don't know. So it just feels like it's a very 80s, 90s software mindset that Shogi Wars is in, where they've got their precious. They've got their precious. You know, me, I'm one of their precious, paying $8.50 a month so I can hear a voice, you know, a custom voice speaking to me while I'm playing the game. They've got their precious and they don't want to give it up. Even if it means they'll get a lot more preciouses. Snapping of the pieces draws interest. Yes, confirmed. Let's see. Fuji is You say Fuji is smiling? That's a smile? Maybe. Wow. Well, you kind of blew my mind. I think you're joking, but if it's a smile, it is like the most sheepish little, like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. The food segments are essentially ads for the venues that are hosting. Oh, I know they're ads. I mean, I know they're ads, but like, Sai. And not Sai Fujiwara, no Sai. Sai, S-I-G-H. Big Shogi matches do get 30K viewers on YouTube. Yeah. That's nothing. I mean, it's something, but that's... Yeah. And I don't trust numbers, a lot of those numbers, to be honest. You know, I don't know how like, I know that there used to be a way to game Twitch numbers. So I don't know if YouTube is also that way, but either way, 30K it's nothing to sneeze at, but like, yeah. But again, yeah, you say, I don't know if you're ribbing me, you know, based on, you know, I said that this might just be cultural. This might be just all cultural differences that this comes down to, that are complaining about tradition. But yeah, like that's the thing about traditions. They have to change, or they've got to change, or they just calcify. And maybe that's what they want. Maybe that's what they hope for, that, you know, it'll always remain 1900, or it'll always be 1990, and it'll never die. But like, newspapers are dying. Even they're dying. You know, yeah. I don't know. I like I said, I don't know. I just want to see the game. I just want to see the game more. I just want to see more of the game that I love. I want to see people talking about the game. I want to see, yeah. Oh no. See, the thing, I dream of Genie, I dream of Shogi. It's that I think they're it's not. I mean, I'm a chess.com shill. These companies, I want them to succeed. These streamers, I want them to make a fortune. I want them to monetize. I want them to do well. I want Shogi to be lucrative for all these people. I think my problem is that I think they're monetizing in the laziest, sloppiest, weakest way. They're just it's terrible. It's like it's old thinking. It's like how people used to try to monetize things before they knew better. Before the path was shown that, you don't hold back the content. You don't hold it back and then hope that people will pay for it. You inundate them with the content and then people will pay. And that kind of thing. And you grow the game, you increase the number of players, and then the money will come out. Maybe it'll be a smaller percentage of players that'll be paying, but the whole will be so much larger that smaller percentage will give you more revenue. That seems to be what has been proven time and again over the past 10, 15 years of that's just how it's done. And that, this old way of it's like Abema is still doing the shareware model. Abema is still packaging floppy disks in Ziploc bags and selling them at the local the local Best Buy. That's how Abema is trying to sell the shogi right now. And it's like, you know what, guys, that was great. That was great in the 80s and 90s, and it worked. But times have changed, and that model doesn't work anymore. And so it's not frustration. It's not frustration that they're trying to monetize. It's frustration that they're not making as much money as I think they should be. And yeah, like as I say, like they know their business, and what do I know? But like, it just sure seems like they're doing all the old school stuff, and they're just not following the example that the chess world and everything else, that the chess world and the software world, they're not following the lessons that everyone has made clearly obvious. The Shogi Wars FAQ is wrong. It's fairly easy to tell when someone is using Kishin. Shogi Extend even changes your emoji to a wizard when you win by Kishin. If you and others on this stream would not be too offended, I would love to test that. I would love to win a game by one of these games maybe this week. I win a game with Kishin, and we'll see that. I mean, it still matters more to me that the person sees it in real time versus after the fact, because I don't know how many people like review their records on Shogi Extend. But I mean, obviously I do, but that would be interesting. Sam Sloan has a thank you from Habu. Yeah, I mean, Sam Sloan did Ishii Press. And yeah, republishing better moves or better shogi. As much as I don't like that book because it's in chess notation. It's a classic, and people love it. And yeah. I mean, Sam Sloan has done a lot of interesting stuff with Ishii Press. Definitely. I liked watching him play Shang-Chi, but yeah, he's done all sorts of stuff. He just seems like a very quirky person with a lot of controversial sort of opinions. Is my take. Yeah, Shogi Yoshi talking about what you might expect from the JSA. Yeah. Yeah, I would think that they would be far and wide trying to spread the word, to Poland and Europe about Carolina's success. It's a great story. You have a theory that Hidechu is sponsored by the JSA to explore the promotion. It's possible. It's possible. I think what our liaison with our club is working with the JSA, trying to build out better piece sets and whatnot, and working with them to grow the game. Asking questions, but they're still such basic questions like, why do you play shogi? What's the difficulty for you to play shogi, and things like that. Stuff like. It feels like a small amount of research would have turned that up already. Look at Rico's videos. Look at my videos even. Look at there's plenty of discussion. Look at Shogi Harbor. But anyway, Hikaru's most popular video is beating Mr. Beast with a king and queen only. Third most popular video is 4-player chess. Oh, interesting. That's fascinating. Well, I mean, anything with Mr. Beast is going to be number one. And then 4-player chess. That was the one with Levy and what's her name? Zhao. Oh my god, I can't believe I can't remember her username. Nemo, aka Nemsko. The least shogi developers developing some combination of issues as people suggest and their own interests. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Well, yeah. You think Hidechi also stopped making shogi content to focus on raising his child? It's possible he did. It's definitely possible. Or maybe he got burned out. I mean, he did a lot of work and he's done a lot of like that stuff, that content, even though now it's kind of, it's all blurry and it's production value is low compared to, what chess people do. That's still some of the best that we have. And it's still what people get pushed into. And it's good. It serves a purpose. But yeah. Oh, transport. No. No, not top 10. I am saying that not for I know you're ribbing me here, but it's just I think like it's not my feelings. It's my perception of the chess world that if you're not top 10, you're basically you're not going to make a living as a tournament player, regardless of who you are. Kids are more important than shogi. Well. Okay, I'll agree with you. I'll be good. I'll be good. Yeah. The chess is seen as a hobby versus India, where it makes you a genius. Yeah, and India's got that great chess culture, and they're just pushing it, and parents are pushing it, just like parents push kids to chess here. Where it's still seen as some sort of noble pursuit, and it's a sign of intelligence in some way, even though I think the evidence is mounting, if not is overwhelming, that it is not a sign of intelligence. It's a sign of something, and it's related to the brain in some way, but yeah. Let's see, how much does it cost to moderate cheating at chess.com to a Western audience who may have a different tolerance for cheating than Japan might have? I don't quite understand the question. Yeah, I bet chess.com spends more in cheating detection than Heroes spends, period, for Shogi Wars. But like chess.com is a real company. I don't get the sense that, like I said earlier, and this was my hot takes, these are not serious people. This app, these are not serious people. I don't know. Yeah, I wonder how much they spend on. I'm sure they're trying to spend a lot less. Yeah, I imagine if they can automate as much as they can, they will, and then deal with the fallout manually. Yeah, it's a tough problem, but oh gosh, yeah, fun times, great discussions. We just crossed 5 hours, so this is over 3 hours past when I said I was going to stop and go to sleep. So if I wake up exhausted tomorrow, I am blaming every single one of you. I am going to blame. You are all on my list now. You're all on the naughty list. You'll be getting coal. You'll be getting coal for Christmas. Yeah. This has been fun. This boy, I did not expect this tonight. Yeah, we have sprayed to a lot of topics, and yeah, I just love this stuff. I love talking about it. It's the same, just like I said about that I've been talking to someone at the club in Cupertino. You know, we end up talking about this stuff. A lot of the things we talk about are stuff we've talked about before, but it's just it's evergreen material. I love the game. He loves the game. You know, we all love this game. We all love talking about it. It's just so fun. It's just so fun, and playing it is so fun that it amazes me that it can't do better. It amazes me. It really does. Like I don't know how someone could this game that I played against the other Shogi Wars player today over the board in East Bay. And you know, I don't know how someone could look at my 2 lances backed by a rook and not think like, this is the coolest game ever. This is awesome. Look at this. Like it's it was like, you know, kind of like Alekine's gun or whatever, just like on steroids, because it was also backed by a bishop and potentially a knight drop. And it's like, this game is so cool. You can be, and you know, especially at my low level, you know, you're able to be a little more creative, I guess, because even if you're making mistakes, if you're doing them in a creative fashion, maybe the opponent might be blinded by the creativity. But like, you can do, you know, I with the slowness of the pieces and show, you know, sometimes it feels like you can't be as creative, but like the different styles of people that you play over the board, and everyone's got their own personality, and you can put your own sort of weird creations on the board and see how they work out, and it's just so fun. It's just so fun. Like, how do other people not see this? You know, how do people not see the brilliance of these lances backed by a rook? And I don't know. I'm just, I have to believe we get it in front of more eyeballs. More people will like it, and more people will play it, and it's just going to snowball. And it feels like it's slowly snowballing out here in Northern California. It really does. You know, this Saturday was just awesome. Seeing all these people that I'd never met before, and you know, kids being there, kids being there, and learning. And yes, they were Japanese kids, so you know, it's like, you know, they already had the interest. You know, the family already knew about it, so you know, it's not like they just picked up on this from an external source. You know, so it's not like we contributed to the growth of this, I guess is what I'm saying. Well, I mean, we provided the place and the players so that they could bring their kid there, but it's so great. It's just so great to see kids. And then, you know, once there are kids, there will be more kids, you know, hopefully, and there will be more players and more parents and more people playing. And then we'll need a bigger room, and the bigger room we have, more people will see we're playing and they'll be interested. And who knows? But that's it, boy. You know, my voice is tired. This is turned in to the longest. This is the longest 3-game 5-hour stream so far, and I've loved it, and I appreciate everyone coming on. I'm sorry that it took so long for me to get through the chat, just because I'm, you know, every line that someone says, it almost felt like I'm talking 10 minutes about each line that someone said before moving on to the next one. So it wasn't as back and forth as I think it could have been. But anyway, I'm doing my best, and I, you know, will probably be streaming tomorrow, and we'll definitely be playing more tomorrow than 3 games. So thanks everybody. I'll call it a day for now, and just look forward to talking again. Thanks again. Have a great night, good morning, good evening, and enjoy your shogi games. This game is incredible. Take care. Bye.